King. Let's go, baby! Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! No way! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? It's an accident. Freaking Vito. I got the triple. Oh, Danielle, go to the fire thing. It teleports us. I trusted you! Trombone. This one is first. Trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! I am first. Yeah! 24 hours. Yo. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god, we did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
What the fuck up? Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him 50 bucks. Yo! There's an ad playing, so I'm just gonna wait for that to end. What's up, guys? Look at my eyes, look. There are big circles in my eyes. Sheesh, what's up? Look, there's a tiger on my shirt. How you doing, doctor? How you doing, Armando? How you doing, David? How you guys doing today? Why the purple heart? How you do the heart? Oh. What the hell? Oh, mine is the monkey. Pokemon music is calming. True. My voice isn't always calming, though. Oh, I just watched... Hey, what's up, doctor? Oh my god, it's my son. It's my son, guys. What's up? Oh, this makes noise every time I pick it up and down. It's gonna break soon. Anyway... Wait, how'd you put a smaller heart? Did you copy paste that from the internet? Anyway, what's up, guys? Today we're gonna be watching a bunch of videos you guys sent me, and by you guys, it's mostly, well, you already know. It's mostly Nathan's insane amount of TikToks. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna play some Super Mario. Maybe a game of chess. And yeah, no way you made Cassie into an emoji. I did. It's not the best emoji, but it's being used, so it's lit. By the way, what game do you want me to play for this month, Doctor? For God Monkey. I'm gonna go get my jacket because I feel insecure about how I have no muscles. I'll be right back. I don't really play Call of Dudes anymore. Well, I might go back to it. I think I will go back to it eventually, but not at the moment. Plus, if I would play Call of Duty, I wouldn't play Cold War. I would play, what is it? Vanguard. Ow. I'll probably consult my advisor, DNL, for advice first. Okay. I mean, you could ask if you want. I could ask people in the Jesus, I need a haircut. Look at that. I could ask people in the Discord. You know. I don't think we'll do. I'm still unsure about GTA for next month. Maybe I'll try to go pro in Call of Duty in a month. Possible or not? Probably not. Vanguard is Vanguard. I like Vanguard. I think it's okay. Yo, this is straight from the washer, the dryer, so it's actually mad like, it's mad warm, you know? Vanguard is okay, okay? It's not too bad. I'm kind of curious. Hey, what's up, Nick? How'd the anime convention go? And how's life? When's the next time you'll talk on Discord? I don't know. I don't really talk on Discord much anymore when I stream, because I'm too busy making amazing content. If you want off stream, we could talk, I guess. But if you finish sub 20 early, I would recommend trying a few different things. I wouldn't make a month-long commitment for something you've never tried. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I'm doing a month-long with Mario, and it's pretty fun. So it was class. You met some cool people, yeah? You went with that one guy, right? We'll definitely have to talk about that. Play SM on the piano for the culture. Super Mario? I don't know if I could play that. I don't even remember. How does it go? How it goes, I don't even know. Alright, let's see. I don't even know if you guys could hear this. Wait, how does Super Mario go? Like, wait. I don't know. Have you ever played Rocket League? Yeah, I used to play Rocket League on stream quite a bit, actually. How many hours do we have on Rocket League? How many hours do we have on Rocket League? Let's see. This is a good website that probably every streamer uses. They have 280 hours on Cold War. Jesus Christ. We have a lot on Pokemon also, which is recent. Rocket League, 14 hours of gameplay. Last seen June 7th, 2021. There you go. There you go. Okay, all the statistical analysis. It was class. What does that mean, though? I would like to try a couple of different things for sure, though. I'm thinking like, I don't know. I want to do a month where I just like do music stuff, but I've said that a bunch of times already. I don't know about GTA though yet. Trying to go pro in Call of Duty would be a cool idea, but I don't know if that would be possible in a month. So Nick, come on, tell us how Nick over here went to an anime convention like a nerd, like a weeaboo, like an otaku, like a what a loser. Playing soccer? Oh, you're playing FIFA right now? I want Among Us back. Aww. Aww. I don't know. I'm not much of an Among Us fan right anymore. It was fun, the once a week thing. Now the once a week thing is watching videos that you guys sent me. Speaking of which, look at all these videos, okay? Nathan sends oh, you can't see it because the chat's in the way, but it's just a bunch of TikToks. That's what it mostly is. You could kind of see it. So we're probably going to do that. Ooh, Apex would be actually pretty cool, yeah. But no, for next month, playing soccer? Like IRL or like FIFA or something? Apex would be cool. IRL? Sheesh, bro. I would be exhausted after like 10 minutes. But no Apex. I'd play too. All right, if you come to New York, I'll tell you what, Nick. If you come to New York, we'll play soccer together. IRL, and we'll stream it. I promise. Oh, you'd play Apex. Oh, I got it. Yeah. The thing is, I feel like I'm actually decent at Apex. But I don't know. I feel like Call of Duty, you could interact with people much better. Like Apex, it's a battle royale. You interact with like 2 people at a time, you know, or whatever. When I come, defo football. You mean soccer? What is football? Just kidding. Get diamond. Nah, COD is dead. Is COD dead, guys?
thinks COD is dead? Put a 1 in chat if you think COD is dead. Let's look it up. Let's look it up real quick. Call of Dudes. Let's look at Warzone. You got 58,000 people watching right now. Okay? And the top guy has 9,000, so it's not like it's all from the top guy. There's a lot, and this is just Warzone, not the other Call of Duties. I don't think it's, I don't think it is. 1, 2, 3. What's 1, 2, 3? I'm 2 hours 7 minutes. I'm 2 hours 7 hours from New York. Wow! Math, it's hard. Stay in school, boys and girls. Now Apex. I'm not saying Apex is like not bigger. I'm just saying that because I don't know, but Call of Duty is definitely not dead. Yeah, only 86,000. You just got owned. Because look, let's see how many people are playing Vanguard. Oh wow, COD is dead, guys. What the hell? There's literally no one streaming Vanguard. That actually surprised me. I thought a lot more people would be streaming this or like watching it. That actually surprises me a lot. What the hell? Okay, but then you have Call of Duty. What is it? What's the other one? Cold War. Cold War has 2,000. Damn. COD is dead, guys. Everyone likes Battle Royales now. Damn, that sucks. 2 hours, 7 minutes. Yeah, I know. I got you. I'm joking. Yo, Lost Ark is crazy. Asmongold was streaming it, and then he raided Miskiff. I was watching live. And Miskiff now has 50,000 people. Everyone's watching this game. But in terms of trying to grow a Twitch thing, if that's what you're thinking, it's not very useful. Because look how many people are streaming it, but have like hundreds of viewers or whatever, right? If I was streaming it, I would be... Well, I wouldn't be this low. But you get my point. Now, I'll keep talking to you guys and it'll still be scrolling. Take skill, Apex. Yeah, I do like Apex. I'm not going to lie, but game looks dope. Nah, looking for content, not views. Oh, in terms of content, yeah, it does look fun. It does look, it looks cool. This guy looks very hot also. He looks very cool. He looks very wow. Nah, he just looks like a regular guy. Yeah. What's grapple dog? Bro, doctor, are you talking to someone else or am I so dumb that I'm not getting what you're saying? I love this song. You said 1, 2, 3 and then now grapple dog. I don't know what that means. Is it because you put the dog emote? I am confusion. COD is definitely not dead though, in my humble opinion. I played Fortnite when like around the time it first came out, but I didn't like it much. By the way, you guys want to see the new emotes that might come? This is a sneak peek. Don't tell anyone. Don't screenshot this. Don't put this in the Discord. This is sneak peek content, okay? You're going to check out my Discordo right now. Okay? I'll just show you one of the emotes. I haven't shown anyone this except my brother and sister. What do you guys think of this? Good emote? Bad emote? It looks like I was eating like shit and my mouth got all dirty. But you guys might not be able to see that. See? I thought this was a ping pong paddle for a second, but it's like meat. Nom. I guess it's to remind everyone about Vietnam or something. I don't know. Looking for content. FIFA, Apex, or Lost Ark? Lost Ark or Apex would be really fun. But I do want to focus on a bit of growth too. So, I mean, obviously I could try to. So, I'll write it down. I'll give it a think. I'll give it a thunk. You want to rate my first song? Sure. Link the song as long as it's not TOS. No, this is the song that plays when we leave. This is bad song. I'll put a different song on. Apex, Lost Ark. I'm definitely not gonna play FIFA though. That's just not my thing. Are you guys excited for the Super Bowl? Or you guys can't give a shit less or whatever? The category, I just saw the game today. I've never actually looked at the gameplay. Art style is interesting. I was just joking because there's only 169 viewers right now. Grapple Dog? Oh, that's the name of a game. I'm dumb. I didn't get that. Be honest. I will be honest. Because you asked me to. Otherwise, I would have said it's amazing. Just give me a second before I put your song on. Grapple Dog. What is this game? This is what Doctor suggests. What is this, bro? It looks amazing, bro. She's so hot. Wait, let me ask her. Let me ask her. Are you real? Nah, I'm probably not gonna say anything. I just slid into her DMs. Just kidding. I see the link. Calm down, Alex. I thought it said Apex for a second. Could name it American tries to learn football. Yeah, I mean, it could be a cool like idea for one video, but all right, here's your song. Here's your song. Gotta stop my. Oh wait, I can't play it in this. Are you gonna copyright strike me? You know, just in case. You never know. You never know. I gotta play it in this browser. Yo. I'm not really into rap, but it sounds nice. What language is this? Yo. That's all I could say. Oh, you're from LA? Wait, no, that's it. I can't listen to it anymore. I'm just joking. New York is better, but it's okay. Swedish? No, he said take me to the backseat. This is Swedish? Don't get banned, idiot. Why would I get banned? Oh, you're Swedish, but you moved to LA. Oh. But this is Swedish? That's so cool, bro. I don't know many Swedish people. What does it mean? I know you could just tell me what it means, but roll home to me. Wow. It's really catchy. I like it. Can you do Rec Room? I've gotten people asking me that before. Is there a volume button on this though? I just ruined all the vibes, I'm sorry. Oh, there is. Okay. Just a little loud. Can you do Rec Room? I can. I think I'm gonna go into VIP. I'm gonna VIP. I'm gonna do VR one of these months or one of these days when I can afford it. And when I do VR, I think I'll do some Rec Room, I guess. But yes, thanks, bro. It actually sounds really, really catchy. Hey, Lil William. That's W-I-L. Wait, what is Will.I.am? Yeah, you're Lil Will.I.am. Wow. I play some music. I play some piano and guitar and stuff, but I don't know much about like what makes a good rap song or whatever. It is catchy though, I'll tell you that much. Right? You see, like the thousands of people watching, they're cat jamming right now. See? Crazy. Sheesh. Sounds nice. Sounds nice. Good way to get people to listen to it. Just go to small streamers and ask them. Nice song. Nice song. If anyone wants to check it out, it's in the link above. Phase 1. Do you play Call of Duty or something? Can we get back to Among Us? Nah, I don't like Among Us much, man. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan anymore. Actually, I was talking to your brother earlier today, and he said he still plays, and I'm like, sheesh, because I don't, but... Among Us is for another day, I think. Please? Oh, because you said please, I will definitely now play Among Us. Nah, bro, I don't... Listen, I said it before. I'll play Among Us if it's on someone else's stream. I just don't like the idea of streaming Among Us. People could cheat. Random people come in and then ruin the game. It's just... There's too many annoyances with it, in my opinion. You want to kill me in real life? Jesus. Oh, and Among Us. Well, I don't know what to tell you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah. Should we get to all the videos you guys sent now? You guys. By the way, if more people are willing to send videos, you know, send videos. I'll make Nathan send less. Congratulations. I'm just gonna put some my top songs of what should I put, guys? I'll put my best two. Okay, we'll just put this on the side and lower the volume a bunch. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Hot dog in California. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's the most disgusting. I just want to get your.
I tried the nastiest hot dog in LA.
Try Dirt Dog. Apparently, it's this restaurant that just specializes.
Damn, Apex, you had Dirt Dog before? Or anyone else in LA?
This is a hot dog? This bun is huge. Is this really a hot dog? Where's the dog? This is a classic. Don't judge a book by its cover. This looks overwhelming, and it kind of is, but holy shit, this tastes amazing. Usually I'd stop eating at this point, but like I can't stop. I wanted to hate on this. I really did, but you take one bite and you I'm gonna be trying the most
I didn't mean to do it. Now it goes all over again.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Stupid YouTube shorts. I don't know.
Everyone's been telling me to try.
How do you like fast forward? That's so dumb.
Apparently, it's this restaurant that just specializes in these
Is that why people watch my YouTube shorts?
Hot dog? This bun is huge.
Again, fast forward.
Hot dog? Where's the dog? This is amazing.
Where's the dog?
This is classic. Don't judge a book by its cover. This looks overwhelming, and it kind of is, but holy shit, this tastes
butthole.
Usually I'd stop eating at this point, but like I can't
Excuse
stop.
me.
I wanted to hate on this. I really did, but you take one bite and you switch up quick. I should have demolished this shit on camera. I just started eating and I just forgot about the camera. That's how good this hot dog is, man. 5 out of 5. I'm gonna be trying the most.
All right, wow, amazing stuff. Amazing.
You son of a bitch, I want photos of Spider-Man! Spider-Man's cock! To be specific, he's big, shaft, and balls! Make it snappy! Have it on my desk by 3 p.m.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
You're fired!
That's my problem.
So stupid. If anyone doesn't know the I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye, that's from Spider-Man. Next video.
Naruto is just like My Hero Academia.
No, it
every
isn't.
aspect of it was
No, it
terrifying.
isn't.
My hero
Oh.
characters are like, I can shoot a laser out of my stomach, but if I do it for too long, I get a tummy ache. Naruto characters are like, that's cool, bugs live in me. Everything I touch crumbles in my grasp. I am literally snakes. Oh no, she's too weak to continue the tournament. Well, at least she gave it her best. This kid's elbows just fucking exploded. I love how Naruto is just like
Naruto is just better. That's the truth. Yeah, you could send links after I go through all the vids. So if you want to send videos for next week, you could do this, or if you just want to wait, you could just wait. But yeah. Hello there, Streamlabs.
The final brain cell.
The hell is that? Oh, it's a ferret.
It's the final
That is. Wait, I have to tell this person.
brain cell.
That is disgusting looking, yet cute at the same time. Okay, next video. Oh my god, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Top 5 smallest things on earth. And so what is gonna be like? Your dick! Yeah, wow, so funny. So funny. Oh, it's because my height, because Nathan makes height jokes to me.
Dude, the dog is so cute. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
shit.
I love this. Oh! Why didn't I watch this sooner? Aww. Dude, the dog is
Bro,
so
that's so, like, set up, bro. That is so set up. I would do the same thing. That's a good way to put to make a TikTok. Just something that you know is messed up. For those that don't know, the dog turns into like, well, I don't want to spoil it. Spoiler alert: the dog gets combined with the little girl. Pretty cray cray. Look at what this person says. This person's name is I'm gay, and they said I'm so sorry. I'm gay. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry that you're gay. It's okay. Next video.
I'm looking for a new cat. Let's go. Kitty, kitty, kitty. No, not working. Me.
Not working.
Gatito, gatito.
Bro, he sent this video before.
Oh, this cat
I told you, Armando, there's an order for the videos. When we finish watching the videos, we watch the videos you guys sent.
is Mexican. Wow.
This cat is Mexican. Wow. Don't worry, there's only 30 videos left. They should be
Hey
quick
there, guy,
though.
what you smiling for, ya? That.
Get off my fucking porch! No, comrade, this is my porch! Ah, you bloody bastard, get off his fucking porch! I mean, yeah, it's kind of entertaining, you know, but, what in the fuck you doing? Hey, Ukraine! Russia said that your babushka's kind of fat. What am I doing?
Babushka.
I'm hyping the situation. What the
Woof.
fuck does it look like I'm doing? I'm bored as
What
shit,
are you, a
bro.
dog? I'm
Don't
bored
you
as
think
shit
that's
too.
kind
What is
of,
this
kinda
video?
bad for the
It
economy?
sucks.
Tired of the fucking
This video is poo-poo. I don't
I
condone
don't
it.
know any good streamers to watch nowadays.
Hey, watch Ping Pong Masters. Let me tell them. Watch Ping Pong Masters. Okay, we're good. Next video.
Marshmallows. Stand mixer bowl. Half cup water. 3 packs gelatin on top. 2 cups sugar. 1/4 cup water. 3/4 cup corn syrup. On the stove, medium high. Boil until 240. Off the heat. Stand mixer. It's set. Whisk. Pour your hot syrup down the side of the bowl, increasing your speed. Add the rest. 2 teaspoons vanilla extract. 1/4 teaspoon almond extract.
Christ.
Looks like that. Here's hot
Okay,
cup. Knife.
okay.
Oil. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, bro. Our generation is screwed. Like, we only have the attention span of 5 seconds. Do you see this video? Jesus Christ. 400,000 likes.
Bonjour. Yeah, they
Imagine you met a girl and she's, hey, let's go on the date. Hey, you want to... I'll slap her in the face. Jesus Christ. Next video.
Really traumatized y'all with yesterday's video, so here's 5 facts that'll make you like spiders, or at least hate them a little less. Male wolf spiders will purr like cats to get a female's attention, and they'll use leaves as loudspeakers to help the sound travel. This purring creates vibration.
I really hate TikToks that give you information, because half the time it's just bullshit.
And once the vibrations hit the female, it's the equivalent of a 2 a.m. what you do in text. The smallest spider in the world is the Colombian patu de gua. This is how big they really are.
Okay, and let's see if he's right. Smallest spider in the world. Oh, it is the patu de gua. Okay, he's right.
The Bahira Kipling is the world's only vegetarian spider, and they live off the detachable tips of acacia trees called Beltian bodies.
Is anyone gonna remember any of that information? Well, Nathan might, because he wants to go into like zoo stuff.
Some tarantulas will adopt tiny dotted humming frogs and protect them from anything that tries to eat them. The frog eats insects that can destroy the spider's eggs, and in return the frog gets the world's most intimidating bodyguard. Jumping spiders are so small that they can actually wear raindrops as hats.
That's actually cute.
Having a photo shoot with some spiders in his garden. Don't
That's
ask me why
cute.
pictures exist.
That's mad cute. Okay, that's cute. That was worth it. What the hell is this? This person is definitely a Japanese American, because their Japanese and American is very good. Jesus Christ! That song is mad good. That's from Naruto. Well, I gotta put it on my copyright-free thingy. Oh, I know how to play that on piano, I think. It's mad nice. I forgot. Wait, I think I know actually how to play this on piano. Let's see. Ah! I don't know if you guys heard any of that, but Jesus, that screeched in my ear.
The fuck?
so loud.
It's AOT Sunday! No, it's Demon Slayer Sunday! Nobody wants to watch your claymation! Bitch! Your plot is the animation!
Oh, you guys don't see it.
Like you're mid-ending water breathing. Why isn't Boruto on? Get your filler ass out of here!
Bro, Baruto doesn't have much filler right now. Sag. The hell, bro? That was kind of cringe, and then it just made me sad. Did you know I'm a Pokemon master? You made Gary my bleep. I used to have a bleep button, but now I don't. Damn, Daniel. Did you play Pokemon Arceus? David?
You're not going anywhere, motherfucker! You're trying to crawl away. Bring me that ass!
What is this? I'm so confused.
Through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, for the fields we go.
Hey, Peter!
Hey, Peter! Hey, Peter! I feel like it's like one of the easiest voices to do.
Accuracy International, the company that designed this rifle, was effectively 3 guys in a shed. And they were like, why don't we submit this rifle that we built to the British military rifle trials for a new sniper rifle? So they did it. They didn't expect to win. It won handily. And they were like, oh crap, now we gotta build a bunch of these things. So when the British military sent some requisitions lieutenants,
you stick to red and green on my
their shop to his garage, they
I have the
rented
original
a large
green.
shop and then took their entire inventory of rifles they had produced up until that point. And there's only 3 people that work for this company.
You guys watch
at the
this? I'll
time.
find my Pokemon games.
So
I have to
when
show
the
you guys.
requisitions officers showed up, they were like, well, where is everybody? Oh, they're out to lunch. It'll be fine.
Why are we in a 2-stall garage? The rest of the house is out for lunch too. It'll be back in a moment.
Well, no, they had rented out for a day an actual workshop. Had all these workbenches in it, put all the rifles on it in different states. So they showed up and the requisitions officers were happy. They're like, hey, this looks like a really good operation you guys got going here. Let's go out to lunch. So they went out and got lunch. And then while they were out at lunch, the requisitions officers were like, yeah, this was really more of a formality. We just wanted to make sure you weren't 3 guys.
OG Game Boy
shed."
Color? Spelling color wrong.
Oh my god, we're in so much trouble.
Oh my god.
Anyway, it ended up getting adopted, and it's a really, really good rifle.
That's cool. Cool story, bro. Okay. We gotta get some intense music here. Okay. We don't actually, but I'm gonna look for some inside this box lays something insane. Okay. Wait, I don't think it's in this. I don't think it's in this box, actually. Inside this box lays something kind of cool. Or is it? Canadian. Disgusting. Never. I have this. I have this. Yes. I have this. Made in 1975. Refurbished. Collector's edition. I have this. Made in 1992. Collector's edition. Okay. I have this. Make-A-Wish Foundation. Inside. Many games. Hey, Zapnap. It's been super long. How you doing? Yes, 1975. What do I think it's in here, actually. No! No museum will take my love away from me. And in here, ladies and gentlewomen. And if you're not a gentlewoman, I apologize. We have something I bought in Japan, refurbished. The Game Boy goddamn S goddamn P, baby. All right? Now, I want you guys to listen really closely and just orgasm when you hear this. Oh my God. Jesus, that sound is just so beautiful. You hear that? If you could tell me what game this is, I'll gift you a sub. Why are you putting me in jail? Oh my god. Make a wish. Are you dead? No, but I will be eventually. Shinra Tensei! That's not the game. You guys have 5 seconds to guess the game. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys are losers. Shinra Tensei Janai. I don't know which game it is. I think it's a leaf green. It's all green, so I think it's leaf green. But, okay, what I really wanted to show was this amazing game that costs 108 goddamn yen. Not dollars, yen. Sus jail time. Yeah, I deserved it. The game, regarded as top 5 in best games of all time by Wall Street. The game is Yu-Gi-Oh! Master blah 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. It's some Yu-Gi-Oh! Game I found at a 99-cent store in Japan. But I also have this. This is actually what I was initially trying to show you guys. It's Pokemon Green. I bought it in Japan in Tokyo. Okay. No one cares. Let's go back to watching videos.
You son of a bitch! I want photos of Spider-Man! Spider-Man's cock!
We saw this already. You activated my trap card. Wow! I just love pressing WoW.
Yeah? What happened to my arena?
Wait, why is nothing showing? Oh my god. I pressed the wrong button because I'm an idiot. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. I'm not an idiot anymore. That's not true. I'm still an idiot. Okay, there we go.
Holy shit. Would you
You're no match to my blue-eyed white dragon.
What?
Damn, he only has one eye?
Don't look at me. I can't afford this shit. Surprise, motherfucker.
Wait, whoa, whoa. Bruh. You think I don't know what Shinra Tensei is, bro? I've watched Naruto, okay? I'm so cool at Naruto that I goddamn got a Naruto game in Japan, okay? Look at this, okay? Yeah. I'm just assuming you guys could see it. I got not even one. I got 2 Naruto games in Japan. Yeah, I know. I didn't even get 2. No, I only got 2, I think. I got 3 Naruto games in Japan. 1 unopened collector's edition PSA 10. Okay? I got 4 goddamn Naruto games, bro. Are you kidding me? 4 goddamn Naruto games. This is PSA 9.5. Okay? Telling me about almighty push like I don't know what that is. Bro.
Fucker.
Where to send video? What? So if you want to send for... We do this every week. If you want to send, you could do there. But if... my voice just turned back to normal. It's kind of weird. But if you want to wait, you could send videos after we watch all of the videos. And there's like 15 TikToks left. And like 1 or 2 YouTube videos. So maybe a little longer? I don't know.
Jigglypuff is no longer my
Jigglypuff.
name. I've evolved, motherfucker. I'm stronger, bigger, and 10 times as more deadly. Okay, but did you have to replace
These
my
are so popular.
ring?
Jeez.
Don't worry, Jeff.
Oh,
I got this covered. Juan! Buenas tardes, señor Kermit.
What the hell?
For today, I am
For
off.
today.
Please, lead me to my Latino activities.
Whoa, that's kind of racist. PSA 10, baby. Hell yeah.
Well, there goes that plan. Ready to get your ass whooped? Do it, pussy. No balls.
Whoa.
He is a Pokemon. Oh, right. No Pokeballs. Be careful what you ask for.
What? It's like one of the weirdest videos. What the hell is that?
What the fuck? They make steroids for Pokemon?
Alex, oh shit. Okay, it's Kermit the Frog. Kermit sucks ass.
Yeah. What happened to my arena? Holy shit! Would you look at that?
Holy shit! Next video. That was funny.
A DNA test. Turns out my girlfriend is my sister. Now I come a little quicker. I just took a DNA test. Turns out my girlfriend is my sister. Now I come a little quicker.
Next video.
Being weird. I'm not stalling, so hold on, let me put this down right here.
What the hell?
I'm not stalling. What the fuck? Just being
Okay. Amazing content. Ping pong moosters. Okay, for those plebs, okay? Plebs in chat that cannot read Japanese. I don't know what to tell you because I can't read it either. Just kidding. It says furaipan. Furaipan de blah 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 blah. Hitting something with a frying pan. I don't know. It's not gonna come. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come. What? Oh, they're trying to kill a bug. Oh, nah. It's gonna jump at the camera, bro. I hate these. I hate these, bro. Nah, chill. I hate these. Stop. He's like, bro. Stop. Yeah, boy. What? Okay, I don't know what the hell is the point of all that. Don't come. I will do whatever I want to do, okay? I just won't come on stream. Well, I might, but you guys won't know.
Girls like that.
You look good. That's why I'm looking at it like that.
But Dad, they're not even your age.
You look like I give a fuck. You look like I give a fuck and I don't. Age ain't number a number. You'll learn that when you get older. Plus, I'm just looking.
That's aside the point, R. Kelly. You looking at them little girls like that, you're gonna be looking at me through a glass window when you in jail.
Shut the hell up, Sean. You don't know what you're talking about. Plus, I'm looking at her right there, and I know little girls.
Miss Penny? That should weigh like 400 pounds. Plus, she in a wheelchair.
I'm not talking about Miss Penny. Her right there.
Oh, Miss Johnson.
That's right.
I heard she used to be a man.
Shut the hell up, Sean. She ain't used to be no man. What you talking about? She's just a tall tree, and I want to cut her down. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, before you cut it down, make sure you cut that branch off.
Get the hell out of there. I told you, shut the hell up.
Is this so, like, scripted, bro? That's what I don't like about a lot of TikToks, you know? Very scripted bullshit. But it's okay. It's okay because I'm a good streamer and I watch what you guys send me. Don't be fat. Don't tell me how to live my life. I like Oreo cookie. I'm not even fat.
Tell me, why are y'all so delicious?
Oh, pain.
What kind of question is that, fam? We're just a vegetable. Now, see, your range is unmatched. You got French fries, potato chips,
Oh, shit.
curly fries.
Why does he look like he has a KKK hat, but it's black instead of white?
Hash browns.
What's up, Rosquila? You hate TikTok? Yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
When does it stop? Don't stop. Shit, you right. We really are the most elite vegetable, and we don't miss. Do you know what the best kind is? Nah.
Your mom.
Tell me what's the best kind?
Thanks for the lurk.
Hey, whoa, hold up now. You fry my ass up. I'm not trying to have nasty.
What the hell? Hung Tato.
For you? You know, man, I'm actually getting pretty full. Maybe just 2 more orders of the brisket. 2 briskets? Sure, I'll have that right out for you. Thanks. Oh my god, I'm so full. Why did I do that? Bro, you could have just ordered 1. Why did you get 2?
This is so not funny. How does this have 400,000? I will never understand fame. Never in my life will I understand fame. Oh, I love this show.
My wallet is in here. There it is in my back pocket all along.
Ugh, English dubbed anime. Goddamn TikTok. This better not be dubbed, bro. Oh my god, dubbed anime again? I don't get it. I don't understand. I deleted TikTok 6 months ago. I realized it was a problem when I spent 2 hours on it. I got into it maybe a little bit in the beginning, But I don't know, bro. I can't. Like, when I was like 15, 16, 17, I was like a lot on like Vine, I guess, and really on iFunny. I spent a lot of time. But I'm past that phase of life. Like, I don't know. Most of this stuff is like cringe to me now. The algorithm's so good, it's bad. I hate English too much. It's a distraction. Yeah, but everything's a distraction. You guys being here is a distraction from doing something else. Unless you're doing something and I'm in the background, right? A bit too honest. I just lost 10,000 viewers for saying that. No, but you know, like a lot of things in life are a distraction from something else. Watching TV is a distraction. Watching movies is a distraction. Going on YouTube is a distraction. Like, unless you substitute your addiction with something else, you're just gonna do something else. Like, I stopped using my phone. I started using my computer to watch YouTube or whatever, you know? But if you're happy with your distractions and you're fine with it, then that's good. I'm doing my lab while watching. Oh, okay. Then it's not a distraction. Good.
No. It's all you can eat. I gotta get my money's worth. Yeah.
Wait, this is 3 minutes?
Yeah. I gotta scam them. And here you go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Let me know when you want the check. Actually, can I get another order of the brisket? Wait, what just happened to the 2 briskets I brought you? I ate it. And literally turned around for a second. I ate it. How did you finish it that fast? Can I request another order of brisket, please? Yeah, sure.
This acting is top.
How did I eat that so fast?
Oh
I'm
my
going
god.
to die. I'm
Top tier.
literally going to die.
Top
Here
tier.
you go. Dang, that was fast.
Damn, that was fast. I didn't even get a break.
Thanks, man. You're welcome.
Don't make me laugh. I just shat on this channel and now I'm laughing.
Order of brisket again? Bro, how did you finish that so fast?
I have no idea.
I ate it. Okay. Are you sure you want another order, man? Yes. You know if you don't finish it, you have to pay extra, right? Oh. Okay. Never mind then. Alright, cool. I'll bring you the check then. Oh, wait. Yes? Can I actually get another water, please? Of course. I'll be right out. And 2 more orders of brisket?
My god. Get to the point.
Oh, nothing. Can I just get another order of the brisket? Unfortunately, the max amount of time for all you can eat is 2 hours. Not too sure how long you've been here, but 38 minutes. Huh? I have been eating briskets for 38 minutes, meaning I still have 82 minutes to consume briskets.
Ah, another 82 minutes.
So funny.
Right, the nurse should bring in your COVID vaccine pretty soon. Oh, okay. It's just, I'm kind of scared of needles, so don't worry. It's not too bad. Okay. Here you go, Doc. Man, that looks kind of big and scary, don't you think? Oh, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. It's the one for the COVID shot. Oh, jeez, man. Oh my, bro, what is that? What is that?
Stupid.
Oh. We're doctors. Relax. What are you doing? Do you know who we are? No. My name is Pfizer. Do we look like he was gonna give us?
I don't know. His is it just me or is his voice like just not good for acting? I feel like this guy is not a good actor. He's just like, and not because of his accent, because of the way he says stuff. He's like, "Hey, the COVID vaccine," like, like he sounds like, I don't know. Jesus, I hate TikTok so much. So loud. Is this an actual song? Slapping a goddamn snake on the head. Sheesh. Ugh. Nathan, what are you sending? This is nasty. God damn. Oh. Nathan asked me if this is TOS. This is actually a good one, guys. This is a good one. I've seen this before. Spoiler alert. It's good. It's so stupid, bro. Mad weird, bro. I don't know what the hell. What the hell is this? All right. What is the name of the anime for research purposes? Okay. Next video.
Like he's got marshmallow.
What the hell? All right. We're just gonna do the TikToks and then we'll watch this video, Doctor. Just because TikToks are faster. I forgot the words. Maybe it's better this way. Don't have to say we're good and oh, he makes out with Zoro. That's actually funny. I had to mute it for the TMCA. According to rumors, this life-size thick anime figure is haunted. The rumor spread so far that the company had a Shinto priest exorcise it. Bro, you got 32,000 people liking a video of you doing this. And putting some copyrighted music on it. What the hell, bro? What the hell? I hate the internet. I actually hate the internet. It's dumb. Dumb. Doesn't make sense. I don't get it.
You talking about that thing that heats and cooks food by exposing it to electromagnetic radiation, which in turn induces polar molecules in the food to rotate and produce thermal energy in a process known as dielectric heating? Nah, baby. That's a microwave. I got a micro pee. Wait, you talking about that thing that heats
micro pee-pee. What? Just beautiful.
Hold on, I just got out of the shower. There's some juice on the table.
Mm-hmm. We saw this one before.
Take your time.
You want to explain to me what you're doing here?
I came looking for booty.
You came looking for sex with an underage boy?
Oh, no, I ain't come looking for no little boys. I ain't got no milk, no cookies, nothing. I came looking for man's butt.
A man's butt? Excuse me?
Oh, I know who you are, Chris Hansen. But see, I called you Chris Handsome. I watch your TV show all the time. So you can go ahead and bring them cameras and them police is waiting outside. It don't make me no difference.
Police.
Now, I tell you what. I like you, and I want you. Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
Well, I don't think you and I will be doing anything any kind of way.
Okay, I see you choosing the hard way.
Okay, cut. This isn't working. Someone get this guy out.
And then he has sex with them.
Emergency.
And the second part.
Macaulay Culkin myself and I can't move.
You Macaulay?
I booby-trapped my house before I left for Antigua.
Sorry,
I got shit out
What?
of 6 quarts of Chardonnay on the plane ride back. I totally forgot.
Such bullshit, bro.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I triggered the whole dang pulley system when I opened the door. I let my head on fire, got slammed in the Peter by a swinging paint can, and then
My Peter.
around a bunch of marbles.
Okay, I'm calling an ambulance.
Well, tell him to hurry. That egg timer goes off. I'm done for.
What happens when the egg timer goes off?
The bees.
The bees?
Oh, it was going to be the grand finale. The timer, the pulleys, knocking over the bees. Oh, sweet justice on the bad guys. Oh, boy. Here it comes. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
Happy holidays?
This is so fake.
What's your emergency?
That must be fake, right?
Angel, we're here with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and we're gonna grant you your biggest wish.
Blowy Wowie.
Blowy what? He said blowy wowie? I heard what he said, but how about instead we can...
I wonder if there's any people on the Wish Foundation that are legit like, yo, can I have sex? And then this girl or guy or well, I guess woman or guy is like, let's do it. Like, I wonder how that works. Is that a thing? Make a Wish Foundation for sex? Make a Wish kid wishes for sex. Your connection is not private. Attackers might steal your credit card. Oh, okay. I'm gonna stop searching things up like that.
Eat the Rock or Captain America. Fuck Captain America. I want Captain Badoink-a-doink. Honey, as the employees of the Make-A-Wish Foundation,
Minecraft
we
in the
cannot
background
give
is
you what
epic.
you want without getting fired, okay? I quit. Gregory! I came here to grant a kid's wish, and he's gonna get his wish. Let's go! Hi, Angel. We're here with the Make-A-Wish.
Ha 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 ha.
Hold when climbing the wall and on the ceiling. First, let's see how much the spider weighs by itself. So 0.22 grams. Okay, let's put it on the wall. Each one of these chunks weighs a little bit more than the spider itself. I'm gonna softly.
Spiders.
Right there. Whoa! Look at it. It can climb the wall, pulling that up.
It's just torturing spiders.
No way. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3 of them. Oh, it's barely hanging on.
Yeah, you're killing it.
1.
It puts another one on.
3.
I hope it jumps at the camera.
No way. Now let's try it completely hanging upside down from the ceiling.
Bro.
Completely upside down.
I don't even hate spiders. It's just so weird to look at.
Then the spider said, I'm out of here. I found a big spider in my house, and I wanted to see how much weight it could hold when climbing the wall and on the ceiling.
Selling.
Did
More
you know
Minecraft.
A recent study published found that shorter people may have a longer life. Well, the person that sent you this has some good news for you. They think you might be immortal.
This is stupid. Shut up. Nathan's not even here. Bro, what is this?
Eat this.
That's like right after November. I'm awake and you're not doing Mario. Bro! I'm sorry. Okay? Listen. You think I want to be watching these cringe TikToks? I don't. But people complain. They tell me, let's do stuff. And I'm like, bro. I'm trying to. You know, we used to have once a week Among Us. Now we don't. So what did I say? I said, okay, we'll watch videos you guys send me once a week. And now we're watching videos that people send me. And people still complaining. There's no winning. I can never win. This is a lose-lose situation. I'm sorry. It's literally once a week. Sorry. Okay, I'm looking for the button, okay? The song is done. Minecraft is about... I think it's a perfect idea to not search children wanting sex. I kind of want Chris Hansen knocking on my door, though, because that would be exposure, and I would become a huge on YouTube and Twitch. Gotta start off with the run, then to make me happy. That's what I usually do. Hey, listen, tomorrow I'll be streaming. Tomorrow's the Super Bowl, but I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be streaming it. Okay, let's watch the last 2 videos. We got another video. What happens if the moon crashes into Earth? I have no idea. Let's watch. Like EDP? No, not like EDP. Chill. Chill! Okay? I didn't make no cookies for anyone, okay? Armando, I'm gonna ban you. Jesus Christ. I told you like 20 times already. The whole video? Yeah. If you want to watch videos of your videos, you send them and I watch them every week. This is so that people don't spam links in chat, okay? Sheesh. And now I'm watching them. Bro, you can never win. You can never win. You try to please everyone. and you lose. Okay, I watch videos that you guys send me. I watch videos. Oh, you didn't watch mine yet. You didn't watch. Okay, here, send it on the Discord. I'll watch it in the order that you send on the Discord. Oh, weren't you watching my You didn't send it on the Discord. You have to wait till all the videos are done. Watch my video. Watch my video. Watch. I get it. I see the links. We don't have 10,000 people in chat, okay? I can see the link. Ah. Yeah, I'm okay. I just wanted to be dramatic because the videos today suck. I wanted to be a little dramatic. Let's watch.
Hey, we are answering an age-old, very scientific and important question. What if the moon crashes into Earth? It's more interesting and weird than you probably think.
That's a bowling ball, not the moon. Dumb video. Dislike. Jesus Christ. That was a bowling ball, not the moon. Dislike. L plus ratio. Follow me on twitch.tv. Okay, let's continue watching it.
Let's start with the basics. Why isn't the moon on its way to crash into us already?
Wait, maybe it was the moon actually.
Gravity pulls everything towards it, including the moon, but somehow it stays up.
What is this, first grade? Everyone knows why the moon still stays up. Because it's big. Because it's big?
As if suspended by some opposite force.
The sun.
Force countering gravity. Instead, the trick to staying up is
rotation.
What we call an
The orbit.
You see orbits every day. When you
throw a ball, it makes an orbit. Yeah. Oh! Look at that animation skill. Jesus Christ. Wow!
The difference between the ball's orbit and the moon's is that the ball eventually hits the ground. Basically, the reason is speed. If you could throw your ball fast enough, it would bend around the world and come back to you. If there were no air slowing it down, it could orbit forever. And this is what the moon does. Falling sideways around Earth fast with no air slowing it down. Orbiting Earth every 27 days at 3,600 kilometers.
Wait a minute. If it's every 27 days, then a full moon is not always at the end of the month.
Because according to my calculations, the moon can't always be new. And
you can't have a full moon at the end of every month because it's just not how it's 27 days, not 30. I'm a genius.
So, for the moon to just stop in its orbit and plummet to the Earth would break more laws of physics than we have time to explain. So, how do we crash it into Earth?
I don't know.
In a nutshell, to change an object's orbit, you need to change its
speed.
Changes
Where gravity takes it.
But even small changes
will require enormous forces.
All the large objects in the solar system are so stable nowadays. According to science, the moon is big and very massive. Even igniting billions.
Did they just say, according to science, the moon is big? Bruh. No shit. Oh, thanks for the muscles. Wow, what's up, Shooter? How you doing?
Engines all over its surface would barely move the moon. It looks like nothing short of magic will make the moon fall, so we'll use a magic spell that slows down the moon so much that it changes its orbit and spirals towards Earth.
That would kill us. Bro, without watching the rest of this video, I could tell you, like, wholeheartedly, I know what would happen. We would all die. That's like half these videos by cursors. We all died. That's the end. Oh, am I still echoing? Oh. I appreciate that. Thank you.
The moon will take exactly 1 year before it hits Earth. Ready? 3, 2,
Hello.
1. Magic.
My favorite food is not dino nuggies. It's pizza.
One. Magic. Month 1.
What?
It hits Earth.
Sorry,
Ready?
Ryan.
3, 2, 1. Magic. Month 1. For the first few days, nothing really changes. The moon gets a tiny bit brighter, and scientists get confused, but the rest of us don't notice anything different. The only noticeable real effect of the moon on the Earth are the tides.
The
Tides
tides.
exist because while Earth pulls on the moon's gravity pulls back on the Earth.
Oh.
Since the strength of gravity gets weaker with distance, different parts of the Earth feel a slightly different pull, which causes the Earth, especially the oceans, to rise above them and contract a little on the sides when it's not. As Earth rotates every day underneath the moon's influence fluctuates, causing the water level of the oceans to rise and fall by about half a meter twice a day.
Jesus.
But with the
What's half a meter, bro? I'm American. Half a meter in American. Oh my god. That's only like a foot. Bruh. I thought it was more.
moon drawing ever closer, high tide gets higher every day.
It's real.
At first barely noticeable, within a month the moon has covered half the distance to the Earth, and ocean tides have grown to 4 meters. Every day high tide comes and waves flood coastal cities. And there's no end in sight. With the moon drawing ever closer,
just get in an
tides
airplane.
rise ever higher, inundating another city and more inhabited land with salty water every day.
The hot pig. Wait,
Land
what?
with salty
That's a cow.
water every day.
A hot cow.
Month 2.
It's real. 3 feet.
By the end of month 2, the moon has covered 2/3 of the distance to
real.
Earth, and global infrastructure is crumbling as tides rise up.
Bro, what oh, Captain America. I literally called it. I literally said, what is this video gonna say? Like every other video it says, it's gonna say, the Earth dead. Everyone will die. That's what it's gonna say.
Above 10 meters,
Finland
displacing up to
behind.
1 billion people who happen to live near the coastlines.
That would be me. I would die. You guys wouldn't see any streams anymore. You wouldn't see any YouTube content, which this might become. Okay? Which means 30 people might care.
As ports become inoperable, shipping grinds to a halt. Not only will it slow down the delivery of Kurzgesagt products, but also less exciting things like
What?
Not only will it slow down the delivery of Kurzgesagt products.
Oh, Kurzgesagt. That's how you say it? Kurzgesagt. Or is that German? We should stop It is German. We should stop watching. I'm Jewish.
But also less exciting things like food. Global communications fall into disarray. 95% of the internet is carried by ocean crossing cables, and while these largely don't
Really?
move water, their terminals on land do.
I didn't know that. Internet is through cables in the ocean? What? Internet is cables through ocean? Subsea or submarine cables are fiber optic cables that connect countries across the world via cables laid on the ocean floor. Whoa. That's crazy. That's actually insane. Google is building 2 more whopping submarine internet cables. That is actually freaking goddamn insane. Yeah. Then you watch it.
Living inland doesn't guarantee safety
I have
either.
no idea,
Tidal
David.
walls cause rivers to flow backwards, carrying salt
Not my
water to
pizzas.
contaminate surface.
Wait, what did he say?
And do. Living inland doesn't guarantee safety either. Tidal bores cause
What if you live in
rivers
the
to flow
sky?
backwards, carrying salt water to contaminate surface and groundwater supplies. Gas shortages follow as oil refineries near the coast are abandoned. Countries are left with the supplies they had on their shelves, and strict rationing will begin. In the cities, chaos reigns during the scavenging hours of low tide, while survivors take refuge in high-rises when the water returns.
What the hell? What did they teach me in school? Bro, I went to school 20 years ago. How old do you think I am? You think 20 years ago there was the internet around? All right, okay then. Zapnap, thinking you're all that. But yeah, how doesn't it mess up the environment? Do internet cables in ocean mess up environment? Most seem to indicate that the cables pose a minimal risk, but there's only a few studies on it.
So it looks like they're buried within the seabed.
I guess they're okay. But there's potential stuff. I think what's really messes up the ocean environment is sonar, right? Sonar environment. I think sonar screws up the environment. Sonar on the environment. Because it's like boop, boop. It's like little pings of noise. So like some animals actually like respond to that. Yeah, whales and dolphins, it can lead to injury and even deaths. These sound waves can travel for hundreds of miles underwater. It could literally deafen them. It's insane.
I'm Mr. Ping Pong, the science teacher.
I am.
Month 3. 3 months in, and the moon is close enough to disrupt communication and navigation satellites. While it's normally far too distant for its gravity to cause any major problems for our satellites, the closer it gets, the more warped their orbits become. As their fuel for orbital corrections runs out, satellites careen out of control. Months 4 and 5.
The Sealit? The Sealit is Chinese literature. Yeah, I've never taken that class. Fucking Bill Nye. Okay.
On Earth, the tides are
New York. New York's the best.
rapidly growing to about 30 meters and will be reaching 100 meters.
Now New York is gone.
At low tide, the ocean recedes hundreds of kilometers, exposing the continental shelf like vast deserts, while at high tide, walls of water drown agriculture, houses, and skyscrapers.
Jeez. Oh, the cow died.
Almost 5 months.
Let's go. I was ready for that picture, baby. That's going up on my Tinder. Wait, how does it look? It looks bad.
The apocalypse has finished its warm-up act. Since the oceans are on average only 3 kilometers deep, the tides have reached their maximum. Up until now, the water in the oceans could flow, absorbing most of the moon's gravitational squeezing, but now the Earth itself is really feeling the squeeze of the ever-approaching moon.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought this would be worse. But 3, 4, 5 months in, and you could literally just like live on top of the ocean. It's not that bad.
These aren't so much tides of water, but tides of rock. The squeezing of the planet, combined with the weight of quintillions of tons of water sloshing on and off the tectonic plates, creates enormous stresses
Earthquakes.
below and begins to cause
Earthquakes! Bro, I went to school. I didn't even pre-watch this. Let's go. Do you know where his old... cutie. Oh my... Bro! We're not in Alabama. Chill. Do you know where is Old York? Do you know English? Do you know where Old York is? Not do you know where is Old York? You don't even have a question mark? You're telling me that I didn't learn stuff in school? Yeah, I think... Isn't, like, York in Britain somewhere? I don't know.
Magnitude and intensity. It's impossible to say how serious these earthquakes might be or where they occur, but like a child jumping on their bed until it breaks, no good can come of it.
What? Like a child jumping on their bed until it breaks. No good. What kind of analogy is that? You could just say, bro, earthquake's bad. Like, everyone knows that. It's not like when someone sees an earthquake, they're like, oh my god, this is so cool. It's like, no, I don't want to die. I thought it was kind of cool, though, when I was in Japan and there were, like, earthquakes, like the small ones. I thought that was kind of cool. Yo, just play this for your teacher, guys, and that's it. And you're, like, you think teachers want to teach? No. They would rather just play videos, educational videos like this. So, that's all they have to do. Moon bad, I get it. Oh, my bad, not You made such a punny joke. So stupid.
Tidal forces.
It's in England. That's what I said. Well, I said Britain, which England is in Britain, so I was right. It's all fun and games until a tsunami hits y'all. Yeah.
Lead to volcanism on other planets and moons. On Earth, squeezing the planet disrupts the magma reservoirs inside the crust, triggering sizable climate-altering eruptions in Chile, New Zealand, Yellowstone, and elsewhere.
Why does it look the same everywhere?
Meanwhile, watching patiently above,
it's like fireworks.
is the moon. Still no bigger in the sky than a small cloud.
Really?
Within 75,000 kilometers of Earth, it is bright enough to illuminate the night sky like twilight.
Sheesh, like the movie Twilight?
After half a year, the moon is entering the space once occupied by geosynchronous satellites, where it orbits Earth every 24 hours. It appears to float at one spot in the sky, unmoving, cycling through a full set of phases every day, but only visible to half the planet.
Stream Elements, stop being an ass. Pog New Zealand. Kind of cringe. I'm just joking.
Stationary above the
Are
Earth,
you a Kiwi?
Seemed to freeze in place. Half the world flooded, half with its water seemingly returned to the sea.
Oh wow!
Earth is holding its breath to prepare for the worst.
Oh.
As the moon sinks further, you might wonder if its gravity would overpower Earth's, pulling you up and ending your misery. Fortunately not. The Earth's surface gravity is about 6 times stronger than the moon's.
Right.
So even if the moon were hovering right on top of you,
No.
would still stay on the ground.
They didn't do the calculations because when the moon gets closer, the gravitational pull is gonna be stronger. I don't know if that's true.
On the moon, things are different though. The near side of the moon is more strongly affected by Earth's gravity, so during the next few months, it starts to stretch forward towards the Earth into something of an egg.
Oh
triggering
shit.
Deep moonquakes as the lunar rock flexes and changes shape.
He's flexing on us.
Noticeable now, this squish will grow to hundreds of kilometers in a matter of months.
Bro, there's so many months, bro. By then, like, half the population would have just, you know, cut their own, just like,
8 to 11. At this point,
Math.
the apocalypse has arrived, and we can summarize the months before the crash as everybody left has a really bad time.
Cockroaches.
The tides sweeping over the Earth slow down and then reverse their direction because the moon now orbits Earth faster than it rotates.
Oh, snap.
The planet will experience an abundance of earthquakes and volcanism. Massive
Volcanism.
amounts of volcanic
That sounds like a cult, volcanism.
aerosols rise high into the stratosphere, shiny enough to reflect sunlight back into space. What little light gets through is rust red and is periodically diminished by daily eclipses. The
It's a
result
good
is
song.
a rapid global cooling with acid rains and summer snows killing even the hardiest plants. The clock runs out on civilization. Billions have perished while an X-shaped moon is still drawing closer.
Wait. You telling me the Presidente of the United States of America is not gonna be in Air Force One, like in an airplane just 24/7? Like some people will survive this, I think.
Let's get ready for the
Would,
grand finale.
not will.
Month 12. Finally, at the end of the year, the moon has reached the Roche limit. That's the point where Earth's gravitational pull on the moon is stronger than the moon's
own gravity. Yeah.
Things on the lunar surface start falling towards Earth, and by the time it crosses 10,000 kilometers, the entire moon disintegrates into rubble, smearing itself into a massive ring system around the Earth.
Oh, don't we already have that?
The moon's disintegration means the misery on Earth has ended.
It's not even that. Okay, I'm actually really surprised. I thought it would be much worse, but I guess because Earth is bigger, it's not as bad. It doesn't. Don't we have like garbage, around Earth? Isn't there garbage orbiting? Yeah, more than 27,000 pieces of orbital debris or space junk are tracked by the. There's a lot of debris. Look at that. This is how it looks outside right now. You look outside, this is what you see. This is why so many people are depressed. This is what they see when they look outside. It's a very sheesh. I don't have a sheesh button. Millions are dead dancing. No, billions are dead dancing.
No moon means the general apocalyptic nature of things comes to a halt. The oceans recede, flowing off the land one last time.
Aww.
Any survivors are treated to a view of tremendous arches spanning the sky.
That's
glimmering
sick.
in the sunlight, illuminating the night sky more brilliantly than any full moon ever could, while meteor showers of moon dust fill the sky.
That's sick.
It's hard to say what happens next, but the tranquility may be short-lived. If too much moon dust rains down, friction heats the atmosphere, possibly boiling the oceans. If not, the enormous shadows cast by the rings, combined with all the volcanic and meteoric aerosols, block even more sunlight, and a period of runaway cooling could begin that freezes much of Earth's surface solid.
That's actually so cool.
In any case, at some point, people will emerge again, from submarines or bunkers or mountaintops.
Submarines makes more sense than airplanes.
They will not have a great time before rebuilding civilization, and their success is not guaranteed, but at least they'll be trying to do so with beautiful rings in the sky.
Are they all birds? It's Saturn!
So how do you calculate that sort of thing?
Moon hits Earth, becomes Saturn. Oh. Okay. Cool video. Then it's a sponsorship. This better be an amazing 17-minute video. This is the last video people sent over the weekend. Then you guys could send some videos. Then we'll do some Super Mario speedrunning. Every time you go outside, you see trash if you get it. Yeah, I get it. We committed olive oil fraud. This sounds like a terrible video. Let's go.
You might own an illegal substance. Don't worry, you're not alone. It's on store shelves, health blogs, and Gordon Ramsay's pans. That's right, I am talking about
Venus?
olive oil, and there is a chance that yours
I thought she said Gordon Ramsay's pants.
is illegal. Let me explain. Thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring
No.
the end of 2020.
Oh.
Hello!
That was the whole
First off,
sponsor?
Happy New Year. It's the end of 2020. Does it feel that way? And it
Okay,
got me
okay,
thinking
okay.
about
Okay.
extra virgin olive oil.
Oh my god. Who linked this video? Is it because it has virgin in it? You're getting permabanned. Wait, who linked this video? It's probably Doctor. Probably. Let's get some inquisitive music going. I don't know which button does here. We'll do Jeopardy. Okay. Oh! What's up? Zap joined the Discord. Doctor deserves it more. Aww. Okay, let's see who did it. Let's see who did it. Where is it? Where is it? Bruh, guess who it was? It was Doctor. I know it.
I don't think
I
I
see
pointed
trash
at the
every
right
time my
place.
screen goes black.
Anyway, I do all that effort, but I'm just.
Because you see yourself. No free promo.
I always felt that extra virgin olive
I
oil
always
was
felt that.
extra fancy. Everything from the viscosity of the liquid to the imagery of Mediterranean groves to the name. It just makes me go, Mamma Mia. It's fancy. However, the name.
That was some good editing.
It's a little weird, right? I don't know about you, but my perception of virginity is pretty binary. You're either virgin or you're verge out. It doesn't seem to.
What? Either you're virgin or you're. My God, that was such a bad joke. Do people actually say that in the cooking world? Virgin and verge out?
To be the scale that the name implies. So how can something be extra virgin?
If you're 80 years old and you still haven't had sex, that's how.
Let's find out. I started by doing a few Google searches and immediately realized that olive oil is way more confusing than I expected. So I picked up Extra Virginity by Tom Mueller.
Very focused on this virginity adventure. Kinda sussy baka, if you ask me.
Which compiled history, chemistry, and industry interviews in its 300-something pages. Okay, so this book. There's no physical copy because I got an ebook since
These
shipping
edits
times
are
during the
mad
holidays
nice.
were whack. My honest opinion.
I thought she said we're wet. Bro, I'm getting so like goddamn. She's ruining my brain with this talk about extra virgin olive oil. This olive oil needs to get some bitches, no cap. Extra virgin makes her go mama. I don't even know what that means.
is that it's kind of dry because it really does cover every aspect.
Of course. Wait, that actually doesn't make sense. Put the monkey. I'm just a sad monkey living in a sad world. No one appreciates me because you're all racist and you hate me.
Let's go.
Let's go. Anyway, forgot what I was saying. She said we are whack. How did you hear wet? I know, there's something wrong with my brain. I'm in this video and I don't like it. You have a son. This guy, bro. Wait, did you adopt?
Aspect of olive oil, even the ones I don't care about. There was religion, medicine, and witchcraft. Like, there's a lot.
Religion olive oil? Huh? Oh, like some religions use olive oil. Bro, that confused me.
Going on, and I'm not going to talk about most of that. If any of that does sound interesting to you, boy, do I have a book for you. Anyway, I got 2 big takeaways, and in order to understand them, we need to start with the olive. There are 3 distinct types of oil one can make from olives: pomace oil, refined oil, and
virgin oil. Virgin is the best.
The distinction lay in the extraction and treatment.
You don't have to lose your virginity to have a son. Well, yeah, you don't have to lose your virginity. You could have already lost your virginity when you have a son. Haha. Hindu do it. Also, yeah, that's why I was asking if you did adoption. Welcome, Star Show. After this video, we'll check out your link.
Methods.
Maybe.
Pomace oil uses the pulp of previously pressed olives. They then extract the last remains of oil with heat and chemical treatment. Refined olive oil extracts the oil from the olive using mechanical processes like washing, centrifugation, and filtration, but refines out imperfections to leave a colorless, odorless, and largely flavorless oil. Virgin olive oil exclusively uses those mechanical processes to extract the oil, but there is no further refinement. In a lot of ways, virgin olive oil is like a fresh pressed juice.
So it's very virgin-like in a sense. Very virgin-like, if you know what I mean. It's very
So to reiterate, the virgin in extra virgin olive oil actually refers to how it's extracted and how it's treated, or lack thereof. But the results, the oil, can depend on a lot of different factors, like the olives or the configuration of the centrifuge. By the way, they use a centrifuge.
Oh,
like I always thought olive oil
for the
was
follow.
like the
Thanks for the follow. Arigatou gozaimasu. My wife adopted these nuts. Wait, I have a laugh track button. I have a laugh track. I have a laugh track button somewhere. Well, I found the applause one. We'll just give you that one. Olive oil is juice. Bro, stream elements. Stop being an asshole. Jesus.
Result of like squishing a bunch of olives. But no, you just spin it around until they squirt. No.
You're so funny. Making a joke about a virgin oil. Even though I just did like a second ago. Bing bong.
That's not the right one. Anyway,
I'm surprised. It took her 3.5 minutes to make a joke. I would have made a joke like the first 5 seconds.
International Olive Council, or the IOC, establishes the standards of olives and olive products for its member states, which account for more than 98%
of global olive production.
For the countries that adhere to its
That's actually
guidelines,
insane.
There are 4 types of virgin olive oil. They're ordered by the quality of the oil.
They're ordered by the age of virginity. I don't know, bro. I feel so stupid.
And they're judged primarily on the basis of acidity and a taste test performed by a panel of experts. At the bottom of
Wait, if you have a taste test, is it even extra virgin anymore?
the barrel is lampant. It's a
We're watching this because once a week you can send me videos to watch and I watch them. So someone sent me this video to watch and I am watching it. After we watch all the videos of the week, then we watch videos from chat. That's pretty much how it works. Yeah.
Acidic, unsavory, and legally unfit for human consumption in that form. It usually ends up as the basis for refined olive oils. Next is ordinary virgin olive oil. It's less acidic, but still contains sensory defects. Then there is virgin olive oil. It has
This
even
music's
less
so good.
acidity and only a few defects. However, at the top of the order is extra virgin olive oil. It is the least acidic and cannot have any sensory defects.
Yeah, you get no defects if you're extra virgin because you won't be sleeping with any cousins. You get it? You guys get it? Because it's like, do you guys get the joke? Because like if you're from Alabama, then you might have defects sleeping with your cousin, and you're extra virgin, then you don't have those worries.
Now, I should stress that these terms are
No
protected
STDs,
and
exactly.
their meanings can vary in places that aren't members of the IOC. However, in every case that I found, extra virgin olive oil is always top tier. It's always the best that olive oil can be. However, in my anecdotal experience, it's also the most common. I don't know about you, but I only ever see extra virgin olive oil. And if I
Let's see. 1% of olive oil is extra. It's funny to search up. Virgin. Oh. There's no easy answer. Damn it. What will I do?
I were naive, I would kind of just assume that that's because like only the best oils make it to the grocery store. Unfortunately, I read this book.
I have no idea, Star. Well, I do know who sent it, but I doubt. Doctor, did you even watch this? Doctor, did you watch this video, or you just thought it would be a good video? It's not a bad video. It's just not, you know, I've made enough jokes about virginity.
Book, and boy howdy, that's not the case. It turns out most olive oil, and I assume almost all of the olive oil I've eaten, is fraudulent. A fraud, it's fake, and in some cases, it can be illegal.
Right, Jim.
Here's the deal. Olive oil fraud has been traced back to
Yeah, we could vote to skip, sure. If we get, yeah, I'm not feeling it too much either. We could come back to it if things get slow. Is that okay, Doctor? Doctor? Hello? It's me. We're just gonna listen to some music while waiting for Doctor's response. If he responds in less than a minute, he will be Gucci. If he does not respond in less than a minute, he will be unmodded, un-VIP'd, well, he's gonna be banned. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. You guys could just send me videos. Kind of tired of this one, I'm sorry. Gomennasai. I apologize. Who did the minions serve?
Mr. Dave, why exactly do minions love bananas so much?
Oh my god. Loud equals funny.
I'm correct in saying that the minions have served the most despicable people throughout history, right? Well,
yeah,
in
go
that
wake him
case,
up.
Who exactly were you serving from 1933 to 1945?
I get it.
Actually in a nice cave during that period, so did not serve anyone.
All right then. Would you also care to explain where the idea for the fart gun came from?
That was created due to Dr. Navario measuring dart gun.
You know, Mr. Gru, these all seem like very well thought out excuses. I have just one last question for you, Dave. Could you explain this image for me?
Jesus! I don't know if this could get me banned off Twitch.
Okay, Dave will not be taking any more questions today. Thank you.
I could laugh, guys. I'm Jewish. It's okay. Okay. You guys have any more videos, or we're gonna go to Super Mario? I know one person who really wanted to send a video. One person. Dino. Here, let's watch the TikTok you've been wanting to send me for an hour.
Mario's got your IP address and has taken your family hostage. Pay up if you don't want me to show them your browser history. Mario's got your IP
Yeah,
address.
you want to see my browser history, bro? I'll show you guys my browser history. All right? Nothing crazy here, okay? Nothing crazy. All right? Nothing. Nothing crazy. You want to search up porn? You will find nothing. See? You want to search up X hamster? You will find nothing. You want to search up nothing. You know why you'll find nothing? Because this is my Twitch browser. Losers.
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-minute papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Today, we are not going to create selfies, we are going to create nerfies instead. What are those? Well,
what
nerfies
are those?
Selfies from the future. The goal here is to take a selfie video and turn it into a portrait that we can rotate around in complete freedom. The technique appeared in November 2020, a little more than a year ago, and you see, easily outperformed its predecessors. It shows a lot of strength in these examples and seems nearly invincible. However, there is a problem. What is the problem? Well, it still did not do all that well on moving things. Don't believe it? Let's try it out. This is the input video. Aha! There we go.
Damn, that guy's
as
mad
soon
hot.
As there is a little movement in time, we see that this looks like an experience. And now, sensational is that, of course, you seasoned fellow scholars
That's cool.
immediately ask,
Hyper nerf.
Okay, but which movement
Why does he sound like
frozen?
he's asking
Let's
a
give it
question
some real
all the
tough
time?
animation. That is indeed from the camera. That is challenging in and of itself. And now imagine that the camera is
look at all
moving
that
all
coming
the
out.
time. And not only that, but the subject of the scene
Oh, that's
is also
sick.
moving all the time too.
That's
This
sick.
Is very challenging.
What's
And
the
this
point of
out-
this? What do you get from
outstanding.
this?
Know where to start. Biases for their long-standing support and live. This video has been supported in approximately a year. The pace of
Like, what's the point of this?
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state. Then nearly 14 billion years ago expansion started. The Earth began to cool. The autotrophs began to drool. Neanderthals developed tools. We built a wall.
Bro, it took me literally 16 seconds to realize that this is from The Big Bang Theory.
We built the pyramids. Math, science,
History,
and
unraveling the mystery.
That all started with the Big Bang. Hey.
All right, bro. All right. What the hell? Bro, it's moments like this where I'm like, why am I streaming? I should just stop streaming. What do you guys send me, bro? Oh my god. What is this, bro? Oh my god. I'm like losing brain cells. Oh, that was kind of hot. They just had sex.
Sheldon.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Jesus! I think he made this. Did you make this? I don't think you made this.
This chap is an emperor penguin, and he's a very rare sight. He's almost certainly lost.
Wow, fascinating.
If the penguin's from our nearest colony, which is in the Dion Islands to our south, he's probably waddled back 25 miles to get here. The general rule on directing wildlife is that you're supposed to stay 5 meters
Oh. The hell?
Normally, emperor penguins live in large colonies and huddle together to keep warm.
Wait, what does that
But
sound like?
every now and then, normally emperor penguins.
Wait. Jesus Christ.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see any of this on the review sheet. Okay.
Wait, wasn't Jidaon and Pokemon like all that stuff? It's not even a short. This is 2.5 minutes.
Sorry, but like literally, if you give me this answer, I can probably get 100 on this.
I know. Why homosexual? Homosexual. That's funny shirt. What the hell? He does not give a shit.
Oh, my bad. Apologize.
What? What? If I was the professor, yeah, you guys saying, oh, Mr. Science Guy, ping pong would be the best teacher to have. No, I would not be. If I was the professor, I would go up, take his goddamn test, and say, get out of my classroom. And that's it. 0. F. Goodbye. Yeah, it says homosexual. How much HP do you have? Not much. Not much. You would mark for spelling on a math test. Bruh. Twice in a row. What? This guy's such a nice guy. He doesn't want to be racist and kicked out of his job, that's why. Does he have another phone?
Hello? What did you get for B? Huh? What did you get for B? I think the answer was like...
So stupid, bro.
Professor, no. This was my trap phone. It doesn't count. That's my trap phone. That's my real one. I'm just testing. We all know you were gonna fail. That's my real one.
How am I supposed to take a test a little bit?
Oh, come on, bro. We all know you were gonna fail.
I didn't fail the first one.
Yes, you did, bro. Because I failed, and you gave me the answers.
It's so stupid. Funny, funny. I want to die.
They had a stat called life, which was determined by how many 14-inch shell hits a vessel could take. So that's what a hit point is. How many 14-inch shells it would take to kill you. Every living creature is 1 hit point. The end.
What?
Powered entirely by a rubber band and can fly for over 30.
Dude,
Dude. Goodbye. Jesus Christ. You have 1 HP too.
Yeah, the de-stress room.
A pool full of coins? That's insane!
Don't be shy. Go ahead and try. Everybody loves it.
I think I want to play Mario. I want to play Mario now. I wanna play Mario, guys. I'm done. I'm done watching videos. Oh, I forgot how cursed. Jesus. I kept scratching my eyes, and now my eyes don't feel good. Jesus. Good vids, though. Good vids.
Hey, if you guys enjoyed, I enjoyed.
But seriously, my eyes are like, I'm literally crying right now. I don't know why I keep scratching my eyes. Do you guys want to see a Ping Pong Moosters play Mario? Well, that's what's going to happen, okay? Trying to go for sub 20. Beating the game in less than 20 minutes. That's the goal. Could I do it? Probably not. Will I? No, I'll probably get it done eventually. There we go. Ah, there we go. I got a sweet little angel. Away, spread her wings.
It's me,
Mario. Mario, you're always goddamn loud, bro. Shut up, Mario. Shut up. There we go. Hey, spread her wings. All right. There we go. There we go. You guys ready to see some freaking goddamn god tier gameplay? I just spit. That's how excited I was. Everything. Okie dokie. Artichoke. I have to reset it. She gave me a dollar bill. Does anyone know this song? Probably not, right? Do you guys like this song? Probably not. Oh. She gave me a $20 bill. We gotta erase the game file. Wow. Boom, we should be ready. It's a me, Mario.
Hello.
All right. I wonder if Nick is here now. Nick at night. I don't know.
A cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Peach.
You know, if I don't play this every day, I'm gonna get worse. That's my thought process. If I don't, like, I will not get sub 20. You are no. What's up, Star?
Monkey do good. Monkey
Star, have
do
you ever
very good.
played Super Mario? But yeah, a lot of the rewards become unavailable for this
Monkey
game,
do
unfortunately.
Bad. Monkey do very bad.
Because I can't do things while playing, you know? Because it's a sped run. Which means I have to use my sped to play good. Speddy Gonzalez time. How was that bad? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm got to feel in my bells. That was an accident. Ow, that hurt. Let's go. I'm gonna have to set it up for actual runs next time. Wow, indeed. Of course, I got hit. Jump. Jump! Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Unless you're just testing out all the rewards. Baby, I love your way. Are you serious? Oh my god, plus 8.8 seconds. This is the first run of the day, Dino. We're watching videos that people sent. How you doing, though? E-hat. I don't know what an E-hat is, but okay. Bruh. Doctor, did you miss what was going on before? You gonna go to the bar? Damn, you've been drinking a lot lately. Did you end up messaging the girl, by the way? And I just ground pounded. Oh no. Hesitate. La-di-da. Oh, you didn't message her? Nice. Were you throwing up and hungover the next day? Ooh, baby, I love your way. Ow. Yahoo! Google! Yahoo! Google! No, I don't poke unless I mix. Really? I don't pook unless I pook. When was the last time I pooked? I haven't pooked since Japan? No way. Yeah, I mean, I barely drink nowadays. I've only been drinking beer. Ah, okay. Yeah, what should God Monkey be? What God Monkey stream you want? Doctor is asking, yeah. Oh no, hesitate, la di da. Anyone excited for the Super Bowl? Yay! Ooh, baby, I love you way every day. Yeah, yeah. That looks good. I messed it up. Oh, I knew I messed it up, but like, didn't know it was that bad. Come on. Let's go. If any, I want Hollow Knight. You know you guys spell Hollow Knight wrong every time you say it? Hollow Knight. I generally have no idea if Pink genuinely thinks it's pronounced Pook or is making a joke. Very hard to tell sometimes. My sister mispronounces a lot of things for no reason. So I just do that sometimes. I know that's not how you pronounce it. Oh, that was bad. I gotta take my time here on every jump. There we go. Because I screw that up a lot. Hollow Knight, yeah. I do, but that's because I don't care enough to spell it right. I don't. It's Hollow Knight, loser, D-Now. I agree. Wait. Just won't wait. My sister is 18. I don't know why she does that. It's faster when I typed it with an A. Was it like a millisecond faster? What? Yeah, that you can make it much faster in other ways, like how Zap just made it. Ooh, baby, I love your way every day, every day. Let's go, first try. And I tell you I love your way. That's good. Let's go. Pro player, baby. It just feels faster. Okay. Hello. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? Yes. Jimmy boy. Jimmy Hendorikus. Different thumb with a versus O than the other letters, so it's faster. Oh. Yeah, but how much faster? Ah, get off. That's what she said. Well, I hope she didn't say it like that, but. She's walking through the clouds. Ow. I guess my it's running wild. Butterflies and zebras, movies and fairy tales. So she gives me to me, running with the wind. Does anyone know this song? I can type the A as I press H while I gotta move my right to press O. Okay. No! What? I don't think that's probably happened before, but Jesus Christ, I can't remember the last time that happened. It sounds like she says it's alright. Take anything you want from me. Huh? What? Am I forgetting how to do this? Fly on, little wing. Oh, do I usually jump? I usually jump. Bro, this game is trash. I'm resetting. I'm dumb. We lost 8 seconds on the first one anyway, so. I wish I had a caracorder. I feel like that would be sick. What is that? What's a caracorder? Hello. Okie dokie, artichokey, baby. Coming home, coming home again. Think about me now and then. Do you think about me? When you're in Alabama and you're talking to your first cousin, this is what you this is the music you listen to. I wish what is a caracorder? Caracorder. Oh yeah, Denali excited. Denali excited for the Super Bolo. Slowly soft. New downtown. So astounding. Google it. It's a keyboard. Well, I can't Google it now, but how does it look? Well, I guess I could look at it later, right? Keep making that round go for me. I'm so tired. We're home again. I feel like I've gotten better at this game, but because that one run was so good, it's gonna take me so long to like get another PB. Ah! Okay, I might as well reset. What the hell, man? I waited for him. Whatever. Those keyboards look crazy. Everything got all wrong. I'm resetting. I'm resetting. Can we at least have the first one be decent? Like Jesus, the first like split. Talking about Shouttown. All right, have fun drinking. What a loser. Who drinks? Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
Peach.
Well, I'm coming home again. I think I might try VR sooner than I thought. I want to try VR. I want to try VR. Being home again. Can we get Lakitu skip? Lakitu skip. Lakitu skip. Lakitu skip would be nice over here. Oh my god. We can start again. That was terrible. You know, the best speedrunner in the world would still get sub 20. Right here. Thing from nothing means nothing. Gotta have something if you wanna be with me. Yahoo! Ooh, I jumped over him somehow. A hero, but then zero. Damn, my first start was insanely good. Cause 2-0, Jesus Christ. Best time is still 22 minutes. I shouldn't have reset last time. Doesn't matter. I should just play. Play the game, you know? Please nothing. I got something. Me. For anyone that doesn't know, best possible time is the best that I could get based off my previous runs. And my record, the fastest I've done was 26 minutes 29 seconds, which you can see where it says bits. And the red is because I am doing. So the first star that I got took longer than when I got my record, my personal best, my PB as the kids say it. But the best I could get is still pretty high, assuming that I do everything else perfectly. Perfect, meaning the best that I would be able to do it. Ah, Jesus. I never know where to go with this. Yes! Okay. Kind of first try is pretty good for that. If you wanna be with me. Alright, baby. And we go for this star. That was bad, so we're gonna get closer. There we go. This this might actually be good. In my heart. I forgot to put the heartbeat monitor. I think by Monday I'm gonna have because this is the practice emulator. I'm gonna have the real emulator on, so we could start going for real runs. And yeah, I think we've gotten. We've gotten almost close enough to get sub 20, maybe? I don't know. In this one. If I get all my Bowser throws good, then. It should be good. Hit me, baby, one more time. In your life. Get me hypnotized. In your smile. Yanks me sweet a while. I might change ads to run longer, like how I used to have them. Because then the pre-roll ads are longer too. So 30 seconds of ads means 10 minutes of pre-roll ads off, which are new people coming in. But a minute is 20 minutes off. And a minute and a half is 30 minutes off. And then more than that is just longer ads. I used to have it on a minute. Really? A minute and a half. Jesus. I don't get that voice crack. I don't get that first try anymore. That was bad. Oh. That was lucky. That looked so bad to me. Way too late. I must wake up stunned. Oh, I must. I don't remember the words. No. Yo, what's up, Mac? How you doing? How's life going, bro? Hold me down. Okay. Great to hear. How's your day? Anything cool happened today? It is Saturday, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. Is it Saturday? Friday? Saturday? I think it's Saturday. Oh my god, I almost screwed that up. Oh, a funeral. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. And I found an anime website. Oh, okay. What's the website called? Are you ready to receive a rose? Are you ready to receive affection? I just use Crunchyroll for everything. Zoro? Bro. Nathan literally talked about Zoro like a day or two ago. So Zoro might... I guess my guess is it's becoming big now. Oh, thank God I didn't mess that up. I forgot to jump last time. That's why I messed it up. Affection. Yeah, kinda. Oh. Does it have anime that Crunchyroll doesn't have, or other website? Oh, it has no ads. Mobile and desktop, no ads? Or I used to watch. Well, I do watch anime mostly on mobile, and it's free. It sounds too good to be true, which means it's probably gonna be gone soon. Thank God I didn't screw that up. That's probably gonna be gold. I would be pretty surprised if that's not gold. That was... Yeah, let's go, baby! For like a second to make it gold. I'm happy we got a gold today. Mission accomplished. See, if I get a gold, it feels like progression. So no matter what happens today, I know that I did something better. Which is like... which is good enough, you know? Or it's not good enough, but... Well, it's good enough. In my head. Do you watch usually on mobile or desktop? Do you want any elusive affection? Ah! I'll read in a second. I don't want to die here. I lied when I said a second. Let me just get through this part. Ooh. I usually do not get that quickly. And I screwed up. It's okay. Jump. Oh my God, if I didn't make that jump, I would have cried. Enough to rescue me. Jesus Christ. Okay. That was not bad. Okay. That was a bit stressful. If you guys saw the heart rate monitor, it wouldn't have looked good. My sweet. It has anime that's not on Crunchyroll. Oh, that's cool. And it's more of a mobile. Cool. I mean, I watch on mobile, so that sounds good for me. But it sounds a bit sus. It sounds too good to be true. Why? And I've never heard the .to. Do you know what that stands for? Oh my God. How did I do that? That was terrible. That's fine. It's not that terrible. Let's go. Gay Bowser is down. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that might have been gold. Probably a custom domain. Yeah, that makes it very sus. I'm just gonna continue with Crunchyroll, to be honest. It's not like I'm watching so much anime that I need to watch on another website. But I'm not gonna lie, that does sound cool. And it's cool to know. Like, what anime do they have that Crunchyroll doesn't have? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, to me. Swear there's a world to find. I gotta play better at these rounds because later on I'm gonna play worse for sure. Like a MIPS. Probably a custom domain. No! Oh my God, that's it. We lost a lot of time from that. We lost a minute. Nah, we don't lose a minute. We probably lost 20 seconds due to that. Basically, the lead we just had is gone. Most of it is gone. Now I can't even jump. Are you serious? Okay. There we go. Are you serious? Calm down, Pang. It's just a game. Assassination Classroom is not on Crunchyroll? Psyche K is on Psyche K is on. Okay, so those are on Netflix. One Piece 3D movies. Oh, I didn't even know of those. So, okay, I have another question. Are there any anime on that that's not on Crunchyroll or Netflix? Okay, that was first try. I redeemed myself by getting that first try. 20 seconds lost. 20-second lead lost there. They have hentai? Yeah, but hentai, there's a lot of places to get hentai that I already know about, you know? I don't go on Crunchyroll for hentai. But hentai is cool, I guess. I missed the first coin. Ballad Town with a brand new world to see. That was bad. Could have been worse though. Could have been worse. Lost like 7 seconds on that. Lover again. I wanna be a hero, hero. Churro. If it's more than 9 minutes, it will not be added. My apologies. They have Pokemon Black and White anime? Oh, that's pretty cool. Do they have every Pokemon series, actually? Because I wanted to get into Pokemon. I've never really gotten into it, you know? Kid from Pallet Town with a brand new world to see. Oh, I love this song. Oh, there's no song requests now anyway. Wait, I'm dumb. This is my playlist on Spotify. Sorry, guys. What just happened? I missed. Jesus Christ. Where'd the bat come from, bro? Ah! If I died there, I would have cried. I would have goddamn cried. Why? Dancing. Oh, that was cool when you put. There's different versions of Dancing in the Moonlight. Yeah. I just felt like putting my music today. Sorry, guys. Sad monkey time. True. Where am I going? I didn't finish. Such a dumbass. I just lost my. I would have gotten the next star, but I lost my lead now because I'm a dumbass. This is not the first time I've done this either. Jesus. I'm just progressively doing worse. They have the movies? Oh, that's cool. Pretty sure, and they have the movies. That's pretty cool. Nice, nice, Ping. Nice. You're literally screwing up everything, Ping. And I screwed up more. This run is over. This run's over. I don't know why I'm playing this game. I'm so annoyed at how bad I am at video games. Finally. Oh, thank God. They mark out which episodes are filler and not? There's a website you could check for that, but that's cool that it's built into the site. What anime have you been watching there that you don't watch elsewhere? I don't know if jumping helps here. Probably play The Witcher. I've heard the new Matrix sucks, so probably play them. Unless you're feeling like it's a movie type of night. Everything's going wrong in this run. It started off beautiful, and it's turning into shit. And I'm getting triggered way too easily today in this game. You know why I'm getting triggered? I was thinking of my Twitch career, and I was like, what am I doing? Pokemon Black? Yeah, watch Pokemon Black.
What? Like, this... The camera in this game makes me want to shoot myself in the head.
In a video game. Like, look. You suck at The Witcher? Oh. So you're answering your own question. I love it. I do the same thing. When someone asks me a question, but I already know the answer, but I don't feel like I know the answer, the way you reacted just told me that you would rather watch Matrix. Chill, Pink. Chill. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Pink. It's just a video game that you suck ass at. It's just so irritating when you feel like you do something well, and in reality, you don't. The Mario sucks, but I suck at the Matrix sucks, but I suck at The Witcher. You're at a loss situation. Jesus, that took way too long. Matrix costs money, and I already... Yeah, play The Witcher. Play The Witcher. Let's go. I'll probably end up watching YouTube. Bro, that's what I end up doing, too. YouTube is so addicting. Fucking YouTube. I feel like anime, like I love watching anime, but I haven't watched in a long time. Like, it feels like I have to be in the mood, or it's like it's dedication. But YouTube feels like, I'm just gonna watch a video. I'm just gonna watch another video. That's a 10-minute video. Oh, it's a 3-hour video, but you know, it's just a YouTube video. It's YouTube, you know? The Witcher has boobies in it. I wonder if the Matrix does. Matrix probably does. Jesus. This camera is so annoying. Sub 20, guys, sub 20. That's how you know how far behind I am for sub 20. But it's okay. I gotta chill, bro. I gotta chill. I gotta remember things. How did I kill him? Let's go. I'll take that. I've gotten better at that, but I suck ass. There we go. I gotta learn how to do this faster. Okay, that was not too bad. I didn't have to wait there. That was good. Where am I going? Oh my god, I almost died, bro. Who's my favorite comedian? Your mom. I don't find comedians that funny. But favorite I do like. Who do I like? How did I miss that? I do like. Sorry, I have to concentrate on that. I do like Bill. I like Bill Burr. Bill Burr. Jesus, that doesn't work half the time. I like Bill Burr. I like Yeah, I like Bill Burr. Who else do I like? Who else do I like? Oh, Norm Macdonald, but he died. Who else do I like? I don't know. I don't like too many. I've watched a lot of comedians, but I like Ping Pong Masters. He's pretty funny. I don't really look at. I don't know. I don't really like too many comedians. I like me when I'm talking to my friends. That's what I like. Who's your favorite comedian, Churro? Ooh! Let's go. That was quick. That was pretty quick for me. The hell? Stairs. Stop being dumb. Jesus, that was the fastest I've ever done that. That's apparently not true, but that's the fastest I've done that in a long time. Ooh, I almost fell. Oh, I almost died. What? Get up! Oh. Mario be standing there like, what? What you doing, bro? I'm actually triggered at how I'm playing today. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Amy Schumer, you're joking, right? It's a prank? It's a prank, right? You actually find her funny? But she's a woman. No, I'm joking. Okay. I think you're trolling, but that's cool if you find her funny. I don't find her funny. To be fair, I don't find many comedians funny. Especially because, well, in terms of I don't like stand-up comedy. The type of humor that I love. The type of humor that I love is like humor that comes out of nowhere that's not expected. That's like, and I expect so much by now because like I've been on the internet for a good portion of my life, you know? Stand-up comedy to me never is like unexpected. It's always like they're setting up jokes. It's not good. I don't like it. I like when she jokes about her anatomy. Okay, you're definitely trolling now. That's what everyone hates about her. Oh, this is a deep song. Just like this dick. What? Let's go. I'm honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed. I'm impressed in my... Never mind. I was gonna say I'm impressed in my throwing abilities now, but I take it back. The words to the song are sad. That was bad. It's okay, I got practice throwing them. There we go, that's good. Oh, the F word was in that song. Oopsies, I forgot. That's good. Dane Cook? I don't know who Dane Cook is. I don't know who Dane Cook is. I'm not gonna lie.
2709, ladies and gentlewomen. We're officially sub 22, guys. I could beat the game in less than 22 minutes theoretically. That's insane. That's so crazy to me. I take way too long in bits. Look at that. If there was no bits, I would have had almost sub 20. That's crazy. Any of us. Charge. I think I could get a PB today. I just gotta chill. Who's Dane Cook, though? He tells jokes for a living. He's a comedian. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen him before. Do you actually like Amy Schumer, though? Not saying that, oh my god, that's crazy.
It's me, Mario.
But I just can't tell if you're trolling or not. I feel like you are, though. What's his purpose?
It's me,
Mario. Let's blend right in.
Okie dokie.
I'm in a good mood now. I don't know why I was so salty and grumpy before. I apologize. Gomen nasai. Hontou gomen nasai. Hontou gomen nasai. Hai. Arigatou gozaimasu. Gomen nasai. The reason why was it's about a school shooter. That's a song. I think it's Token Exception. I think that's the name of the song. No, she's horrible. Oh, okay. I figured you were trolling, but I was like, I've never actually met an Amy Schumer fan, so I found it kind of interesting. For a second, I was like, what? Really? Yo, my name is Ping Pong. I got a big schlong, and I go ding dong with my sing song. Oh, that was bad. She's a kid just like any of us. I don't know. Yes. Usually you get momentum from that. I didn't get momentum, and that screwed it up. That was probably the worst beginning in a while. So let's hope the bomb is good. There's a dragon. The Jerusalem. Come on. Okay, that was good. I didn't get hit. That was good. Yes! Okay, that was good. That was good. Are you big in length or girth? Girth. I would say girth. Length, not really. I've been told that I have an average PP size. But you know what? It's about the wave of the motion, not the length of the ocean. I don't know. Which is not even true, bro. Like, come on, let's be honest. If you got a big schlong, the girls like that. They respect that. They you know, they like it, okay? I had a friend, he's like, bro, I got a big schlong. And I was like, okay, bro. And I saw his schlong. Yeah, I think it was above average, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, he was talking about his big schlong. And I was just like, okay, I get it. And he said this girl he was with, he just told me at the end of the day, bro, the big schlong wins. Big schlong wins. You know, if you got a big schlong in length, this is all about length, right? If you got a big schlong lengthwise, and you know how the wave of the motion, ocean, all that stuff, you're literally the perfect guy for a girl who likes guys. Aside from, you know, I mean, in terms of having the sex, which is not even true. I take it all back, because obviously it depends. But for a one-night stand, you would be perfect, okay? Unless you're just really, unless you're an asshole. Or, yeah. I mean, it's not always guaranteed. I don't know if this was good. That felt a little bad, yeah. You're on the chode side of the scale? I don't know what that means. What is chode? Where you might go. Chode sounds so familiar. What does that mean? your side when nighttime it rolls out and the children they ride high. I'll be standing on the sun, on into the slide. Girls like long schlongs. I don't even know if I'm like that girthy. I don't know. Whoa! You know I screwed up. I knew I screwed up before and I still went for it like a dumbass. So this time I'm gonna be a little smarter about my placement. That looks possibly good. Ah! That was one of the worst things that could happen there. Run over question mark? Come on. That's good. Okay. Girls like long schlongs like they like dudes over 6 feet. They don't really know. I think initially it's like a first impression type thing, right? So if you see a guy with a long schlong, it's like, oh, you know, it's a first impression type thing. It's a good first impression. Same thing if you guys see a guy 6 foot tall, you know, and handsome looking guy. You see, like I'm not a handsome looking guy, you know. Most of you guys probably aren't either because you're on Twitch. Just kidding, just kidding. But you know, I'm just, you know, I'm not. I know what I look like, you know. I'm not like the most handsome guy. So first impression wise, yeah, it's not you know, being tall it works. That was bad. Works for you, but bro, it. Why do they want long dongs? How deep is that cave? We're going spelunking. Listen, bro, you're in denial if you think girls don't like long schlongs. Even the girls that say they don't like long schlongs like how it feels, bro. Like it's undeniable. Like, come on, bro. Come on. But obviously, having a long schlong is not everything. You know, you gotta have more than just a long schlong. It's like if you went to McDonald's, right? And they gave you French fries, and you get the small French fries, right? But then, you know, someone buys you the medium-sized French fries. You're not gonna complain. You know, it might hurt you because obviously diabetes and more French fries aren't good for you. But at the end of the day, you're gonna like those French fries more because you have more French fries, man. That was like the worst analogy. Pretend it worked, okay? Let's go, Owl. I got a long schlong. Ding dong, bing bong. Oh my god, I almost missed that. I'm already 30 seconds. Here we go! Behind, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm just saying it's not all it's cracked up to be. I have to get a third pant leg sewn on. Just, yeah, it's not, listen. It's not all that for the guy, you know? If you're gay, no, actually, it might be good if you're gay. Never mind. If you're asexual, having a long schlong doesn't do anything. But, you know, if you don't like doing that type of stuff, it's actually worse to have a long schlong, right? Because it might show when you don't want it to show. Yeah, it was a bad analogy. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. But having, you know, your third pant leg sewn is definitely sucks. I'm not gonna pretend that that's good, you know. Are you trying to say that you have a long schlong? Have you ever measured it? Oh, I usually don't get that first try. That was good. Where are we going, Mar? Are you kidding me? Come here, boy. That has never happened to me. Why'd I get so mad, bro? It's just a game. Calm down, Ping. Jesus, you sound like this is do or die. That was bad. I might as well just end stream. It dips in the urinal sometimes. You catch the edge of the toilet seat. It's just not sanitary. Bro, I catch the edge of the toilet seat as it is. But yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I've screwed that up before that badly. To be honest. Here's your baby. It dips in the... Mine also dips in the urinal, though. I don't know if you have a big schlong or you think you have a big schlong. I don't know if you actually have a big schlong, bro. I don't know, bro. You might be getting ahead of yourself there. Bub. Sorry for saying bub. Let's go. I get sub 30 pretty consistently now. I'm pretty proud of that. My goal now is to get sub 25. If I could get sub 25 by the end of the week, by the 14th really, I will be a happy cookie. Because... Is sub 25 good though? I would have to do 5 minutes better for sub 20. That was so unlucky. Oh, that was such a good recovery. Oh, I almost could have died there. Oh, oh. Jesus, I almost killed myself in a video game. Too much concentration. Okay, that's good. Oh, jeez. Sometimes I have to throw it over my shoulder like a continental soldier. Why a continental soldier? Why specifically continental soldier? It's a very specific thing. What a beautiful song. Am I right? Are you serious? Give me your tail, big boy. Oh! I was about to say I suck asses. Asses? Ass. That might be gold? That might be gold. That was gold! Still doing really bad, but that was gold. Hell yeah. If we keep getting gold, I want my best possible time to be sub 20 by the end of the week for sure. At this rate, it might actually be. That's cool. Because it goes with the song? Oh. What song is this? Are you quoting a song this whole time? Damn it. I don't like when that happens. Yes! Let's go. Does your Wang hand glow? Give me a second. Yes! That's the type of jump I have to do more often. That was good. Does your wang hang low? Does it wabble to and fro? Can you tie it in a no? Can you tie it in a bow? Can you tie it in a no? Wow. Can you throw it over your shoulder like a continental soldier? What is it? Oh, is that the song you wanted to request? I love how... Oh my god. That could have been a PB if I didn't screw that up. I love how in your own way you still kind of have the song playing. Huh? Jesus. Yeah, that was bad. Muchas preguntas, mama. ¿Qué pasó? So yeah, I got every language in my playlist, baby. I got Spanish, I got Hebrew, I got English, I got Japanese. That's about it. In this playlist. This is my most played... No, this is probably my most played music, actually. And I ruined a potential PB. It's okay. Nice. I don't know. I don't remember the... Preguntas, mama. ¿Qué pasó? Get up. ¿Cuántos sensonas, mama? Mama. Jump, baby, jump. Jump, baby, jump, baby, jump, jump, jump. It's probably a song, right? Mama. Let's go. I should do something else there to save more time. Probably roll. I will not do that again. What is this camera, bro? What is this camera? What is this camera? Oh yeah, that was bad. But it's okay. Yeah, yeah. Buenas, las pijenas, teras, intimpegas, tuertas, esa mierda. Oh, I should have rolled. I should have rolled. I literally said it and I didn't do it. So did you decide to go with Witcher? Oh my god. That was bad. That was bad. That was really bad. Yeah, at this pace I will not be getting sub 20. I need to improve upon something. Nada. And when I say something, I mean everything. Oh my god. Oh, that was good. That was good. Not perfect, but not bad. Definitely not gonna be my fastest MIPS clip. Probably not even close to my fastest. Ooh. Shit. That would have been so fast. I don't understand how I make this. I've never seen people online making this mistake. Maybe they've just practiced so much that they never make this mistake. But I can never grab him. Look at this. It fucking pisses me off. I need to understand how to never make that mistake again. Maybe I have to go slower. Huh? His shadow disappeared. His shadow disappeared. Okay, I should definitely be able to pick him up. Okay. If I wasn't able to pick him up, I would have cried. Give me. Thank God. You can. That was plus 50 seconds. We get what we came for. And way down we go. You hear how Mario's going? It's in sync with the music. Way down we go. Oh, not yet. Down we go. So you decide on did you end up deciding on Witcher? Look how fast he is. Okay, that was not bad. I decided to not change the camera there. Oh, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad, baby. Want to now? Want to touch? I think I have to learn a new trick at this point. Not that I'm so perfect that I need to learn a new trick, but I feel like my movement is not bad at this point. Like, sure, I screw up on some stuff, but the stuff I screw up on, I just need more practice on. Alright. And, like, there's a faster way to do this, I'm pretty sure. Like, right now, I have to wait for it to go back up. I think there's a way to get to this fast enough that it's already up. I'm watching some guy play an old game over and over. That's kind of cringe. Why would you do that? That sounds terrible. Unless it's like, there's this cool streamer named Ping Pong Masters. I don't know if you've heard of him. If you're watching him play, then it's probably worth it. I mean, that's in my humble opinion, you know? There's a way to go down that faster. I need to get that better. I do it faster sometimes. Let's go. That was risky. Let's go. I've gotten so much better at throwing his ass. Makes me feel better about life. Aw, that's so sweet. I'm gonna press the A button for that. I'm glad to hear that. Gold! We just golded that? I could see ways to improve that. We just golded that, boys. What the hell? We're getting a lot of golds today. Pretty proud of myself. Down we go. Now time for the killer of most runs. We could get a 25 PB right now. If we get BLGs perfectly. BLGs. BLJs. Ow! You goddamn wall. I like this song. Oh my god, bro. Some days you just feel it, baby. Some days you just feel it. Hell yeah. Some days you just feel it, baby. Thank you. Is that a PB for... Oh my god, go down. Go down! Jesus. That was not a PP for BLJs. Damn, I did not realize I was that good at this game. I don't need nobody to tell my troubles to. It's true, I tell my troubles to myself, baby. Hey, Timmy. Nah, it's okay, bro. It's okay. How you doing, bro? Okay, I could reach out at this section. I forgot the password to my email, so I wouldn't be able to log in. Ah, okay. Bro, you guys forget your passwords way too often. If I died there, that would have been sad. You guys forget your words is way too often, in my humble opinion. Checking them top hours. Bro, we're still a small-ass community. Tap hours are not hard to get. I'm so happy I've improved on that. Oh my god, it saves so much time. Gotta make sure I'm up there. Fair enough. Oh! What just happened? That has never happened to me before. Oh my god. That could have been very sad, boys. Go down the hole. Your bots take most of the spots. They're not my bots. They're just random bots that I have to delete all the time. We might get sub 27. We might get a new PB here. What? How did I miss you? Email. Oh my god! Thank God. Let's go. Everywhere I can. That hits. Let's go. I feel like I have to swirl him more. That was bad. That was bad. I didn't think. That would have been a PB, boys. That would have been a PB. Definitely no PB now. Come run at me, bro. There we go. Ah! That is not a PB, but it is what it is. Good. Yeah, the game feels bad for me. They're like, bro, there's one right there. Don't mess up. Guys, it's literally the third throw. The third throw is goddamn annoying as fuck. There we go. That should hit. Oh my god. What a terrible run. Is it a PB? 4, 3. It is not a PB. 26:33. So close to a PB, bro. Oh my god. It's like point seconds. Wait, what was my PB before? Oh, 26:29. We're 4 seconds off. Best possible time is sub 22. Wordle has a break time? Maybe, but not right now. I want to do another run right now. Yeah, Stream Elements, Streamlabs, they take too many spots. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. I'm feeling good, you know? When I'm feeling good, I don't want to make that feeling, like, escape me. Fly away, yeah. Don't worry, it'll just be another 25 minutes. I'm going to beat the game in 25 minutes, and then we'll play Wordle.
Hello.
The thing is, we were watching videos for like 2 hours. You weren't here for that, though, Timmy. Yeah. Indeed.
It's me, Mario.
It's me, Mario. Actually, me, Ping Pong Moosters. Oh yeah. I want to get away. I wanna fly. I had homework to do. That's not fair. Aw. Good on you for doing homework early, though.
Princess Toadstool. Peach.
I want to. How was GTA on Friday, by the way? Fly away. I don't actually want to fly away. I want to get away. I want to fly away. I want to get away. I want to get away. I want to get away. About to get on again? Nice. Nice. Bro, I checked the Discord. It doesn't look like... I don't know. It's a weird Discord. Or, like, I guess every Discord is weird. It's not weird, but I don't know. It just feels weird. If that makes sense. Why did I jump? I didn't even try for Lackett to skip. What was that? I haven't done that in God knows how long. Whatever. No one is on? Okay, I'm gonna try to do things differently in this area now. I did it exactly how I'd always do it. Russian song, baby. Is GTA RP like that fun? I want to try it out before the month ends. And I'm an idiot. Get it? Oh! I got it right as he hit me. Do you see the no pixel channels? I'll check it out later, but I'm guessing it exists and I just missed it, so yeah. Ooh. Even with all that screw up, I was close to my PB there. I'm gonna try and guess the password. Okay. You do that. Too many of you guys forget your passwords for stuff. Just name all your passwords the same. That's what I do. And then I get hacked. Da boo 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 boo. Sipa sincantilas. Hashi papi abatu. Zimalampu. When I poo on myself, it's very smelly. Very smelly. I should learn the trick to not go all the way around. So. I have to get this more often. I think that might be good. Let's go! Don't ask me what the song is saying because I don't know or don't remember. The hardest star to get has been gotten. That was good. You guessed it? Oh, nice. I'm gonna press the WoW button for that. Does anyone else just spam A? I spam A so much in this game. Na, 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 na. Yes? Oh, okay. Good to know I'm not the only one. What was the password, by the way? Oh, the new Pokemon? Yeah. Fair enough. I spam A on every Pokemon game I've played in my life, probably. But how about on speedruns, bro? I do it because it's a speedrun. I like press it so often. In Pokemon, it's because the text takes forever. But here, it's because I just want to save as much time as I can. Oh, damn it. That was bad. That was super bad. Okay, that was okay. So, when I make mistakes like that, I know that I could still be better. Oh, Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, my best time here could be much better, probably. I'm gonna send it to your Discord. Okay. Alright. Thank you. Russian song coming in handy, baby. See you soon. Okay. Okay, second tries the charm. What? That's not a saying. This might be a PB if I don't screw up the owl. I like a gold split, I should say, not a PB. I mean, it might be a PB, but. There we go. I didn't want any momentum. I feel like the momentum saves when you catch the owl. That's how it feels. Ooh, it is not a PB. How close was that to a PB, I wonder? That was a waste of time. Fly me to the moon, baby. Fly me to the moon. Anyone like/know/love this song? The stars. No. Sounds like Simpsons. No. Jupiter and Mars. In other words. Oh, my hand. That was bad. That was shit. Used to sing it? Oh, cool. Baby, kiss me. That's not a kiss. And let me sing forevermore. All I want for, all I worship and adore. Please be true. In other words, I love you. Why'd you used to sing it? Are you tired of the song? Like, you've sung it so many times, you're tired of it? Or do you still like it? That's also an interesting thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Get over here. Get over here, penguin. In other words, that should be good. That's definitely not too good, but I'll take it, little boy. I'll take it. What are you saying, thing? Bit the W. Sing my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. In a singing mood. Log into the Epic account after this run. Alright. You mean after this PB? Oh my god. How did I screw that up? True, in other words. So I don't have to give the... Oh, okay. I love you. Still curious as to why you sung the song. Oh my god, I almost super screwed that up. Ugh. Did not mean to change the camera there. Okay. Whew. Always a scary jump, bro. And that was bad. Oh. I tried to do everything quick. I think I concentrate most for this. Ah! No! Good run just turned into a bad. I don't know, I just liked it. And for music class. Oh, okay. Cool to hear that you still like it. Still like the song. This run is done. This run is done. The last time I fell there, I was 5 years old, bro. That was really bad. Great. Good job. Good job. I was too scared to do the long run. I almost jumped. Then I'm like, I don't want to die. Oh, I would have screwed up anyway. I forgot to go for this coin. I would have been so confused. I would have legitimately been like so confused. So it's fine that I fell, I guess. That's what I get for being a dumbass. Okay, we're not gonna screw this up. Oh. No, it's not. It's not a good song? We might as well try this. Are you serious? Alright, well, we're not trying that again. That was actually terrible. It's not over, I was saying. Oh. Yeah, it's a good song. It's not over. You're right. It's just not good. It's annoying when the run started really good, but you know what? At least I didn't screw up in a different area, you know? That could have been more annoying to screw up on. It's because of the song. I don't want this song, but I can't skip it right now. Was 58 seconds, Jesus. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. The run is never over, baby. That was some bad movement, but it's okay. What? Lose my mind. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. You know what I do need to learn, though? I need to learn better movement here. I don't know how to move here. You can play any game on my Epic account. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Are you sure? Can we both play games at the same time in the Epic account? I have an Epic account, but does your Epic account have... Oh, you can? Oh, that's cool. Does your Epic account have GTA? Is GTA an Epic account game? I didn't even realize that. You don't use it. And it has GTA. Oh, I see. Okay. That was actually not bad. Here we go! I should save some time here. Actually, no, I shan't save some time here. Because my PB was my best here. Ooh, maybe I will. I've seen people do that before. I have to perfect that. It has GTA 5, right? Is GTA 5 the newest GTA? I'm too much of a noob to know. I think I might get... I have Oh my god. I think I have calluses forming on my on my thumb from just spamming A all the time. Nice, nice ping. That was definitely terrible. I'll take it though. Here we go! Yes? Oh, okay. You gotta get your third shot soon? Damn, that sucks. That sucks. With the booster? Don't worry, it'll boost your immune system. Oh! Oh, get the star, get the star, get the star, get the star. Did you have any symptoms when, for the first two shots? Let's go, ping. You dead? Ah, then that does suck. You blacked out? Jesus. That really sucks then. Hopefully the booster won't be too bad then. That was so risky. And I almost... Your eye stopped. Jesus. Damn. And you're still gonna go for the booster. That's, not everybody would do that, you know? Brave of ya. Let's go. You have to for school or something? Or your family is just like, bro, do it. Okay, that's not bad. Because I need 40 or so community hours. Oh, yeah. A lot of schools, you have to do community. You know what I did for community hours? I got someone that I know to like fake it, which is probably dumb. Looking back, I probably should have done it. But back then when I was... No, I thought that was so good. I should have ran for it right away. What the fuck am I doing? I hate myself. I hate myself. Of a probable outcome. Yes. Okay. Going to a retirement home. Okay. I could see why it's necessary then. That makes sense. I actually... Is it gonna be your first job? Oh, well, I guess you said community. Never mind. It's not a job. I'm dumb. Ignore me. My first job was at a community... Was a place where old people are. It was a retirement home also. I don't know why I keep saying also. This is not a first job for you, but... Pick it up! Damn, that was annoying. You already got a job? Oh, what's your job? What do you do? Our weapons of war. I remember I met a guy that was playing Call of Duty. He was in a motorcycle accident, but he was like a computer programmer in the nursing home. It wasn't a nursing home. It was like a old people place. I don't know. It was a wheelchair place. Everyone was with wheelchairs. And he was like one of the younger people. He was in, I don't know, like his 50s or whatever. I don't know. He was cool. Coding for Wait, really? That's sick. I didn't even know that. You're so humble. You didn't even mention it. That was bad. I don't know why I attempted that. Fuck this camera, bro. I fucking hate it. It's making me become a hateful person. That was bad. But it wasn't too bad, I guess. Best possible time, 25 minutes. What will we get? Probably 27 something. Many places. I have a server, but we're doing a remake. You have a role-playing server? I'm assuming that's the only type of server, right? Oh my god, that was like the most terrible jump ever. I don't know how I screwed that up. Come on. It's a weapon, so... Come on. There must be a short wait of doing this. It's a no-pixel remake? Oh, wow. Do you get paid big money? Sorry, I'm just gonna concentrate on this for a second. Okay, perfect. That was not perfect. Really? We've been working on it for a year. It's a no-pixel remake, so everything from no-pixel. It's not bad. It's busy. It's bus fare and lunch money. But you enjoy doing it, right? Damn it. I was gonna grab his tail. Shit! He's gonna teleport now. There we go. Oh, thank God. Yeah? I am. Well, hey, you're doing more than I did at your age. I had summer jobs when I was at your age. I didn't have jobs like all year round. Are you that good at coding? Damn. Oh, you could start running right after that. Oh, that's sick. When do you think the server you're working on will be done as well? ESQ and QBus, yes. Are those the programs? I don't know what that is. I'm not good at my dad is a programmer. It's a type of code? Oh. I don't know why my BLJs are really good today. Apparently not good enough. What the hell? That felt so good. Okay, let's not do that then. Look, it's stuck! You're telling me that didn't go through a bullshit-ass game? It's a type of code. I'm assuming not that popular? I've never heard of it. I mean, not like I've heard of so many, but... No, it's not popular? Yeah. I figured. I think it's... Oh, it's only for FiveM. That's weird. Is it easy to code? And have you done any other coding with other languages? Oh, this run was dead anyway, but this is just a little frustrating. You made a websiter. Wow, a website? Using the language or like... Because there are ways to make websites that are very easy, but... Are you telling me that's not... Okay. If that didn't go through, I don't know what I would be like, are you serious? It's pretty much impossible now to get a PB. But let's try to gold bits. Which means... Really? Which means getting Bowser in 3 hits. What the fuck? I'm holding K and I'm holding up. I think I'm pressing A in a bad rhythm. Are you... What? Ah! Are you kidding me? This is taking longer than the other one. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't have this. This is already not a PB, but it's okay. If I get a gold here, I would be happy. And I already screwed it up. Jesus. You got this. Thank you. I appreciate it. You big and strong. I think, honestly, this, assuming that I don't fall, to do better on this, I legit just have to get Bowser on all the throws. Okay, good. Come on. We got this. I big and strong. I big and strong boy. I can't believe like last week I got so better in like a week and a half. Jesus. I actually got decent at this game. I need to learn how to save time there, though. I need to learn a new trick, is what I'm trying to say, soon. I don't need to, but I would feel better about myself. Let's go. Oh! Oh, that could have been so bad. I'm getting cocky. Stop grabbing things. So bad with movement. Can I beat him in a minute? Probably not. I will say that all my runs today have been sub 30 though, and I've said this before, but that's kind of cool. And also my my BLJs have gotten better, even though they're still shit. There we go. No! Well, that's not a... Oh, it's already not a PB. It wouldn't have even been a PB. Sub 30 though? I do not know how I grabbed this man's tail. That's good. There was one here, right? Yeah. Come on, spin faster. I don't know why I screw up the third one so often. Black summer rain. Is it because I'm nervous? I screwed up way too often. It must be because I'm nervous. Yeah, keep hitting me. You're not gonna kill me. What? Don't hit me, fire. Shit! This is like the worst run in a while, bro. Come at me, big boy. Okay, I have to throw it. I'm gonna die. I had to throw it. I was gonna die. And it won't be sub 30. Oh well. Hopefully I get better at throwing him. Come on, Mario. I jinxed it. What new trick can I learn, though? Look at all these reds, bro. 2 greens and then a fucking everything red. Black summer rain. I don't care. Come here, big boy. Come here. Summer rain. That should hit. Black summer rain. Black summer rain. I'm gonna try to catch him midair. Nah, just kidding. Well, I was gonna try, but it was too late. The third throw, bro. The third goddamn throw. Come on, before the fire kills me. And the fire killed me anyway. Can this man get closer? Oh my god. Will it be sub 35? Hit? If I die here... That would be sad. Come on, Mario. Yeah, you sexy Mario boy. Sexy boy Mario. I feel like I could get sub 26. Pretty much. I'm like depressed. I was doing so well with Bowser throws. And now I'm doing so terrible. Really? Really? I was about to say, if I miss that, I'm gonna... You want? Yeah! Show me the website, bro. Oh my god. Oh. I don't even need to throw it that far. That should have not hit. It's a clothing site? Oh, I thought you made a site, website for GTA. Spin faster, bish. How you doing, Johnny? How's Pokemon going? That might hit? I've literally not done this bad in like 10 runs probably. On bits. On the bits section. Or on the Bowser section, rather. On this Bowser section. Okay, that's hitting. Jesus Christ, bro. It's so dumb how you have to walk around for it to matter. Yeah. 2155. It's because I had to pee. Simp. Kick W. Have you made any money from it? Or you made money to make the website on someone else's website? What did you use to make it? Satisfied or refunded? This sounds weird. Satisfied or refunded? I'm testing your website out. Oh, that's cool. You could create the account right here. I make like 10% profits? Damn! You're making good money? You're an entrepreneur, bro. Damn. Here, I got you, bro. I'm gonna give you $10 right now. That's sick.
Mario.
It actually looks mad nice.
The power of the stars is restored to the castle.
Not really? Oh.
And it's all thanks to you.
So cool that you
Thank
made it.
you, Mario.
If you buy the card, it goes to
We
me.
have to do something special for you.
Oh. Simp. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Here we go!
I'm back in black. I hit the sack. That's a nice song. Oh yeah, you said to do something, Timmy. You said something earlier. Oh, the Epics account. You said after that run, log into the Epics account. Yeah. What is the Epics account info? I don't want to do it on stream, so I'll just, you guys get to see my beautiful face. I mean, I don't want to do it like showing everyone. I want to do it on stream, but oh, I could have shown your password by accident. Can I change the password? Cuz that password is interesting. Where? No? Okay. Sign in with Epic Games. How do you remember that password? It's just so good. His password is little Timmy _TV. Imagine. You should have a security code sent to you. You want me to remember device or nah? Yeah, I know. I'm joking around, Timmy. For anyone wondering, I'm getting GTA from Timmy. Because I might do GTA roleplay after I get sub 20 in this game. Which might actually take a whole month. Sure? Okay. Say signed in. I don't care. Okay. I mean, if I could download it and play it, if it's not too big and I download it onto my PC and I could play it without signing in, that would probably be best, but so that I don't have to bother you in the future about it. In case it signs me out or whatever. Oh, you have to be signed in? Oh. Yeah, so just let me know when you get the code. Oh, you send me the code, okay. Where do I go? I like your username, it's funny. Where do I go? GTA's big as fuck. Oh, damn. Damn. That's not good. Where's the... I really appreciate it, though, honestly. Thank you. Do I go to download? Oops. I don't know what I'm downloading. Stop. Don't download. Maybe I have to go to download? Hopefully I have enough space on my computer. Account? There's no like thing for games or something? This is dumb. Look for the game? Library. Yeah, can't find library. Show your screen? You sure, bro? Here, let me show it. Na, 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 na. Ooh, Japanese. I pressed wait. I pressed Unreal Engine by accident. You're on the site, not the app. So I have to press download and install the app, I'm guessing then. I think I have it. Do I not have Epic? Yeah, I have it already. Let's go back to my face. I don't know. I have to sign in within the app. Bruh. I'm gonna go creative. It's okay? Okay, yeah, my bad. My bad. Anyway, how's life going for everyone? Let's see. Log in. Yeah, I need the code again. Sumimasen. Good. Great to hear. I should change my thing to just chatting, I guess. Yo, what is the song? Chatting. Oh, because you guys song requested earlier. My brother and dog is asleep. Oh. Tell them to wake up so they could chill with you. Oh, this is Dancing on the Moonlight. Wait, Churo, are you still here? You are still here. Bro, it's playing. Yo. Library. Okay, now it says library. Damn, you got a lot of cool games. Almost every night. Moonlit swinging bright, it's a supernatural light. Okay, I'm installing it. Don't give me a virus. You know? Jesus! Try to free up space on your drive. There's not enough space. 113 gigs is required. I only have 34 gigs available. I'll have to do this off. I'll have to clean my everything. You got my IP? I don't know if that's okay. I don't know anything. Well, I got your everything. Oh. Yeah, I figured it was a joke. But you never know. How do I I have to clean my everything. You guys want to see what my everything looks like? Battered and dancing in the moon.
Listen, everybody.
Every night, up smooth and sinking bright, it's super. Let's just make it back to normal. Everybody's dancing. Delete games you don't play. That's not what takes up most of my space. You want to see what takes up most of my space? It's literally stuff for YouTube and recordings. Oh, I have 9 gigs of the recycling bin, and stuff for TikTok. Because my TikTok is doing lit, as the kids say. Sing in the moonlight, everybody's Hey, look at that. Boom! 663 subs. Well, YouTube shorts. And sing in the moonlight. This is scheduled for in 6 minutes. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Go to my file explorer. No. That's not going to help, bro. I have way too much stuff to get rid of. This PC. Bro. I know how to work the computer, bro. I'll empty the recycling bin. That should give 9 gigs. You got 215? Yeah, well, that's you, bro. I have way too much stuff, man. They're related to YouTube mostly, again. And Twitch or whatever. These are my games. My games don't even take to anything. No, you do? Here, look, let me show you. For anyone curious. This is all my YouTube stuff. Pokemon Nuzlocke. I still have a lot to edit, that's why. No, I have 200 gigs free on my other one, which is my external hard drive, which is for recordings for stream. Speaking of which, I'm gonna stop recording. On OBS. That's a separate thing. I don't want to use that one. I have to clean this one up. Not your side, everybody's dancing in the moonlight. So if we go to like I forgot what takes a lot. Actually, YouTube Daily might take a lot. I have to back all of this up. These are all videos. All right, let's see. Look at that. 30. Jesus. Look at that. Look at that shit, bro. Look at that. It's gonna crash. My whole computer is gonna crash right now. Look at that. I have 200 gigs of just MP4 files. Oh yeah, this is the Pokemon Gaia. I have to finish editing it. It takes it's 100 gigs. Just Pokemon Gaia. It seems like. Technically, I could move it to the other drive but it would take forever anyway. This is for my editor. This is for my edit. No, I have a lot I have to back up to be honest. So everything that's under done, which is only 26 gigs, I could get rid of. And then current is obviously current. I can't get rid of it. I have to finish editing. Yeah. I'll get GTA later. It's a bit hard now. Everybody's down. Everybody's down. Almost every night. If I go to YouTube Gaming and I go to this one, I was gonna do a Squid Games thing, but that kind of fell through. I could edit it now. I haven't edited in a while. Actually, the Brilliant Diamond one. Okay, it doesn't have anything. I have Pokemon Y I was gonna make also, and then Pokemon Rocket. Pokemon Rocket has a lot of recordings as well. Pokemon Ice. I should probably move this away though, because this already uploaded a while ago. This I can move to I could back up. I have like 10 extra hard drives just for coding and other shit for school. External hard drives. Yeah, I have one plugged in. My computer doesn't have enough USB ports. I need to get more for everything that's connected to it. I can lay down, but it's a supernatural delight. I mean, I could edit it right now. I could finish the edit and then I would have 100 gigs free. Jesus Christ, though. GTA is way too big. Stream edit? Alright, let's do it. I don't know if you guys will be able... You guys won't be able to hear the premiere, though. You're grinding points? Nice. What's your goal? So last time I did this was January 6th. Jesus Christ. I like gave up on Pokemon for Super Mario. My brain is way too over the place. I was only a minute and a half into look at the edits I've made so far. Look at all this. VIP for someone random. Aw, that's sweet. Look at all this though. I've edited an hour of it. I haven't even edited it. Wait, did I edit an hour of it? I've edited an hour out of an hour 45. Damn. Damn, this video is insanely long. What the fire? Do you guys hear this? I don't think you guys will hear this. Let me see. That was my... You can't hear it, yeah. That's good, that's good. Bro, my computer might die running all this shit, bro, to be honest. Editing for YouTube. I'm changing the title of the stream. Plus idea. I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah, so I've edited. Jesus Christ, man. I've edited so much of this shit. And I didn't even finish the edit. That's the crazy part. You ready? You got someone to ask out? Wow. Who? Who are you asking out? I wanted this video to be less than an hour. I remember that. But Jesus Christ. I'm not editing this right now. I need to edit this off stream. I will edit though. I do want to edit something else, so I will edit. But nah. A girl named Olivia. Nice. Olivia Rodriguez? Sheesh. What's downloading? What is this? Why does it show like something's downloading here? What the hell? No? Oh. I might as well just X out of this, right? Make room for GTA. I'm gonna make a note. Hopefully Xing out doesn't mean I have to sign back in, but... Make room for GTA. I could theoretically move the Pokemon stuff to the external hard drive for now. But... yeah. Ooh, do you think she'll say yes? I feel like that's a dumb question. Of course you do. That's why you're asking her out. Probably not. Aw. But good on you for asking. Hell yeah. Oh. I want to go on Twitch. ADHD brain right here. Jesus, Lost Ark is insanely big right now. Who's Fextra? 380,000 people, bro. Jesus Christ. I've never scrolled through a cat. Well, probably have, but look how much I'm scrolling and it's still like so many viewers. You miss 90% of the shots you don't take, am I right? No, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That is a great saying for sure. Alright, let's edit. I was editing for Super Mario, actually. Watch Wayne. Wayne the the OG Wayne. That's your guy, right? No Pixel. I should watch him. I should see how No Pixel is live. I mean, I've seen some RP before, but... Oh, you're here too? He's not talking at all. What a good streamer. I'm just joking. But he's not saying anything. It's weird. We're gonna have a stream in the back of a stream. Streamception. What do I want to open here? Current for Mario. There we go. I was making a thing for Super Mario here. He hasn't done anything yet. How do you make your character? Is it in the game? Like, how does all of that work? He's so quiet. Jesus. Oh, yeah? Oh, cool. He looks like a character from an anime. You make it in game. Jesus. So quiet.
Yeah.
I feel like GTA is... Oh, he's saying something. I feel like GTA is so hard to do well on. It's like, look how many people are streaming it. Like, I average on average around 8 to 9 viewers. So if I were to stream it like thinking about growth, I would be here. Jesus. Like how many of these people are actually like good?
One, you, Garcia, put mine into 3.
Let me just do this.
Once he's done, he's mine.
Oh my god, it's a furry. It's a furry. He's applying to be a cop? Oh, cool.
She's a hypnotizing demon lover.
What the heck? I love just scrolling through. It's funny to me.
Oh, I was gonna send you a photo.
It's so laggy. That's another thing I have to see if it's gonna be laggy for me. I don't know if my computer will handle it. I know you said yours does, and I have better specs,
Look
but
at our pants legs flapping in the wind, Casey. They flapping.
I'm still not sure. Should I do a different roleplay area also, or is yeah, I don't know. Ah, get out of Audacity. No Audacity. Alright, let's edit. Speedrunning Mario 64. Sneak peek, baby. Sneak peek. My dog is crying. Oh shit. How's your dog feeling now? I don't remember what I said. I said a lot of things. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if GTA is gonna be, if my computer is gonna be able to handle it in streaming. And I know you said you have, but like I have a bunch of stuff set up on stream also. That's why I'm not sure. Why can't I skip this song? What the hell? There we go. Because it already finished. Bro, editing is so time consuming. I've edited this much so far. Music's a bit loud to me. I'm trying to find a way to make it louder for you guys. Okay, we're at 35. We're at 35. We're at 35. Okay. We were around 35, so that's good volume, yeah? We're just gonna keep the volume at that for now. While I edit. So I don't hear it blasting in my ears. Come on. Oh, ping pong moosters with the I miss so much. The music is too loud, so we're gonna lower it over here a little bit. Ooh, that's actually better. Gonna fast forward a bit. Fast forward. I have edited all this already. Come on, Pink. Come on. Damn, I used to suck. This is literally last week. Jesus. Time flies, bro. I put Celtic music here. Like literally like music from, I don't know why I put Celtic music. I gotta put different, look how much music I have, copyright free music. I mean, I have more, but I don't know what to put. What song to put. I don't remember how half these sound. Jesus. Look at those sound waves. That's insanely loud. Let's put it on the 4th thing over here. And let's just freaking put -50 so it's not loud. Then we're gonna mute this track. No, muting tracks in the middle of playing them sometimes screws up the track. Shit. Okay, let's see how it sounds. There's like heavy metal music. What the hell? Okay, this could be used later on as a meme. Let's see. I barely hear it. Okay. Yeah, we could use that later for like showing how good I become or whatever. The Celtic music is really weird though. I don't know why I added it. Be happy. See how this sounds. Like an angel. Oh, I think I already used this. Did I? No, I'm not. Okay. It sounds so cringe. Music is like one of the most important things I feel like in videos or in general for things. A lot of things. The internet. I just don't know which one to put here. Oh, that was so loud. Okay, this one is exciting. Exciting music. I'm a widow. Yeah, I don't like the Celtic music. What music did I use here? Okay, this music's actually good. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna drag this song here. That song's actually annoying. I don't know why I added it. And then we will have a transition for the audio here. And I guess it should start a bit here. Maybe a little here. That's a good transition. It's a little loud, so make it a little lower. Okay, I didn't edit any of this, right? I feel like I haven't. It doesn't seem cut enough. Yeah, now let's lock all the other stuff here. Ah! Where'd I go? Are you serious? I sound like a loser. Okay, I don't need to show that part. I don't want to show that part. It's just me complaining a lot. Okay. Okay, and then me almost missing it. So when I start, it's around here. And it's like that. And then boom. And then maybe I zoom into my face. I want to do better zoom ins actually. The zoom ins I used before are not good. I have to fix them. Fucking special. Because here you could actually make them ease in and out. So I'm just going to make them ease out here. It just goes like that. Boom. Oh, that looks so much better. And then here I could even I can make it transition to right when the clip ends, it goes back to normal. So it looks like it's the same clip. Let's see if that works. Ooh, that works nicely. Yeah, that actually worked beautifully. Okay, that means I have to fix all of the stuff here. Because I did not make it ease in and out, from what I remember. This is just opacity. Okay, here I zoom it. I zoom a bit, but oh, here, you see? It cuts and it doesn't cut nicely. So I'm gonna do what I just did with that clip here. Which is make it go back to normal so it looks like it's fading into it kinda. Ooh, that's good. This one has nothing. Okay. this we could ease in. I think that would be good. That I like it as a cut. Oh, ah, ha ha ha. That's all good. Okay, here is another zoom in. I feel like an ease in would be nice. So this is ease in. I don't know exactly how this works, which one's the ease in, but yeah, that looks nicer. Ease out. That's fine. That's fine. Huh. I don't like this. I don't like this. I want it to be moving slowly. It doesn't look clean. So, what if I just zoom in a tad? That actually is kind of better. Wait. Maybe. Okay, we could do an ease in here. Ease in, ease out, whatever. Yes, that makes it look so much better. Same thing here, easing in. That actually wasn't necessary. That's fine. Do I really want to look through 5 minutes of this part? Oh, not really. Okay, there's a zoom in here. What if we change all of these to easing out? I'm just kind of curious how it'll look. It looks nice. We'll ignore the rest. The first minute fixed is good enough for now. Okay, I was around here. Uh-oh. Okay. I love that zoom in and the zoom out. This could probably be cut right here. I don't need that intro part. Should I make all these cuts? I feel like I just say okay there. I don't need that. And we'll cut from here to here. People don't like empty space on YouTube. Gonna cut here and here. Okay, I repeat myself here, so I'm just gonna... There we go. Let's put it here. Okay, I'm like, and you telling me I'm playing bad? That's too much, too much. This video is 32 minutes. I don't want it to be that long. And then here, I say, bro. When I say, and when I say, bro, that's when it goes back to normal. Okay? I forgot how to, I think it's just plus. I want to zoom into my face a little bit when I say, and then, bruh. Go like that. And zoom in even more to my face this time. Is this interesting to anyone? Then we're gonna just make it ease in. See how it looks. That's not what it was supposed to do. That is not what it was supposed to do. I screwed up somewhere. Huh? Like from here to here, it should act normal. Oh, I know why I did that. This gets complicated sometimes. It needs to be the same exact, so it's a clear cut. That's better? That's not what I'm going for? Huh? So this is supposed to zoom in, and then all of this shit should not be happening. Because this, 120, 480, yeah, this should be exactly the same. Which means this is not as close as... There we go. Now it should be good. Huh? What? Is it because it's easing in? And it's like too close to ease in? Let's make it linear. Oh, it is. That is the reason. Ah. That looks kind of weird. I should just keep it on this instead of going back to the regular and then zoom in even more, right? This looks so stupid already. I'm just going to delete them all and do it again. We got one here where he goes, eh. Eh. And I want that to be, no. We're going to have, eh. Right before the eh, it's a quick zoom into the eh. Eh. Right? Something like that. Oh, that was like perfect. What the hell? We'll go like, eh. And then a small zoom in till the bro. Something like that. The next frame is just going to be bro. I want it to be zoomed in. Bada bing, bada boom. And now, if we make all of this easing. Actually, I like that. And I could cut this because I'm just like with my stupid face. And here we're gonna delete the frames because I kind of screwed up by keeping the same thing there. And we keep it together here. Boom, it's back to normal. There goes. I say I did that so quick. And then I say, what? Okay. I repeat myself a lot, so that's useless stuff. I say so quick. What? I'm gonna cut it off right where the word ends here. What? When I say what, it's just gonna be okay. It's gonna be my face in full screen, baby. No one wants to see that. Jesus. Something like that. Looks like it's in the middle. That was good. I start saying what here. And I ended there. No extra space needed here. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Okay, that was just point. I don't like this one, so we're gonna delete that. Oh, no, I have to show that I'm missing. I'm gonna start it from here. And then okay. What's the point of this one? Okay. Empty space is unneeded. I have to go faster. Oh, I actually show. I throw it right after though. Damn it. It doesn't show my I have to add this. I have to add this to show that I got 1 hour 41 minutes 53 seconds for my PB here. I don't feel like going into my video and doing that or whatever. What I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna drag this here. Okay, I'm gonna take the first frame of this. Gonna cut it. Cutty, right? Drag it here. Jesus. I will become Huh? Why isn't it scrolling in? The hell? Is it scrolled in the most it could be? Oh, it was lagging. Jesus. Stop lagging, please. Okay, we're gonna go to frame hold. We're gonna hold it so that it's the same. No! It just shut down. Alright, guys, well. It looks like that'll be the end of the stream. Are you serious? It just shut down. See, my computer can't handle Premiere and streaming. I don't know if it'll be able to handle. Well, that's CPU, not GPU usage, but still. You want to open the previous project? Yes. It's a recovery project. Please save this to a new file. Okay. Why did it have to die, bro? It pretty much saved everything, though. So, I think I'm gonna save an end stream. Wait, the stream died? No, it didn't. What? Huh? Oh. No, Premiere died. The stream didn't die. But Premiere died. I can't handle the computer can't handle Premiere and Pornhub. No, not Pornhub. Premiere can't handle both things at once, I think. I think I'll end stream here though. Thanks for watching, guys. Gonna do our goodbye stuff. You know? And I'll be back tomorrow. I know it's the Super Bowl tomorrow. I'm going to my cousin's house to watch a bit of it. And then gonna come home to stream. That's the plan, but yeah. Hey, what's up? Time to buy a new GPU for $10,000. I know, right? I wish well, I think Premiere's CPU, I just need better specs. I definitely need better specs. I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. How are you? I'm ending stream though. 10 months is a long time, but you've been following for longer, I feel like, no? Yeah, you've definitely been following for long. Because Rocket League stuff. Maybe you unfollowed and then followed, but that's what the Hall of Fame is for, to remember stuff like that. Anyway, sorry you just came in, but we're gonna end stream now. Baruch! Thank you to everyone for everything, and good night. Good night, Pingers. Good night, Timmy. Good night,